Hello automators, welcome to our ultimate guide to setting up, installing, customizing, and more with the Echo Hub. This video is the culmination of our experience over the last 5 years with Amazon's products for your smart home. It goes through just about everything you could need with their voice assistant or with the new Echo Hub. Now, since this video attempted to cover everything, it ended up being incredibly long. We know that means you, our audience, need some resources. So we put timecodes down in the description so you can jump through the different parts of the video that you need today. We put links to all the products that we reference. Of course, if you're missing some information, then just ask and we'll respond to all the comments that we get here on the channel. Now, one final idea before we get to the video. Over the years, I've learned that if I move too quickly through topics, people can get lost. So for those of you that have a great understanding of these products, you might find that some of the segments are moving a little slow for you. My suggestion?
You can use the speed controls here on YouTube to move between 1.25 and 1.5 speed.
We found it watchable at that pace. Otherwise, let's get into it with a quick tour of the Echo Hub and everything you get in the box. I'm gonna move through the unboxing really quickly so we can get on to some of the more important things. But here's what you get inside of the box with the Echo Hub. You get a manual that will help you get familiar with your device and to get started setting it up. Also, you get a small pamphlet about safety, and you'll get a mounting guide that will help you to get the holes just right if you decide to mount this smart display. Then you get the USB-C to USB-A 6-foot power cable and a 12.6 watt adapter. Finally, you get the wall mount that goes on the back of your Echo Hub, and you get the Echo Hub itself. The Echo Hub is an 8-inch smart display. It has 2 top firing speakers for playing music, video, and for making voice calls. It also has 4 microphones with 3 on the front and a single one on the back. Now that lets Amazon's voice assistant hear you from all over your room and to respond with relatively accurate responses. Now I'm gonna start setting up the Echo Hub. I'll be giving you some tips and tricks for making sure that this is gonna work right in your home and you get the most out of it. So we're just getting our Amazon Echo Hub powered up. I've just plugged it in and now it's gonna make a few noises and then we're gonna do a setup. Now, I have my smartphone around and I have Bluetooth turned on. You can actually start the setup here in your phone, but in general, people are going to be using this interface, this display to set up the device. It's a touchscreen interface, so you're going to be interacting with it this way. You might appreciate doing the setup here because it's going to be a little easier to type on at times, but you would have to have Bluetooth turned on to start that process. Now, because most people will not be doing setup here, we're going to do it on the device. You can select multiple languages. If you live in a 2-language household, obviously you can select those things. I'm in Canada. We could be picking English in Canada, but I'll tell you in general, lots of things work better when you select the English United States language, just with the voice assistant. Now, we've got to pick a Wi-Fi network unless you've already connected a power over Ethernet adapter. Then it will go instantly to a wired connection. Otherwise, you got to pick your network and then type in your password. Then I hit done and I hit connect. Now I'm saving the password to Amazon so that hopefully next time I don't have to put that in on the next device I connect to them. I'll tell you, in general, you don't want a lot of Wi-Fi based devices or big fridges or big appliances, metal boxes around this as you get it set up. Or now you're gonna have to put in your Amazon account unless you do this when you buy it. Right here, when you buy the device, I'm on the Echo Hub sales page. You can see I can link this device to my Amazon account. I wouldn't have to sign in here. It makes setup go a lot quicker, so you might want to do that. Now that we've signed into our account, we have just basically this terms that we've got to agree to. If you don't want to agree to that, you can tap no. Otherwise, you got to agree to continue this process. They just want to let you know that, hey, privacy is important to them, and you can actually manage a lot of privacy inside of Amazon's Miss A application. Now, we're going to hit continue. We could have named our device something else. And now we have to tell them where the Echo Hub is. You might have to put in your own address here. You can go ahead and do that, or you can skip it. You don't have to put that in right now, but I'm going to put that in because it helps with a number of things in terms of routines. You can change where you are in the world and your time zone. Maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't. I put in a New York location and a different time zone here, so you can have those be different things. The time zone sets the time that this will display, and the location sets things like weather, features like that. If you already have some groups inside of Amazon's application, which you can see right here, then you can decide to put this in one of those groups. I'm going to put this in the kitchen. What that means is if there's lights in the kitchen, I can just say turn on the lights, and it will turn on the lights in that kitchen group for me. It also matters to some of the speaker features that we're about to use. Now, where are we going to install the Echo Hub? I'm going to put it on my wall. You can say on a stand, and it changes automatically. It will identify that for itself. Now, this is something we will be changing a little bit later when we get to the music playing section, but you can choose a preferred speaker, and you're probably going to want to do that because the speakers aren't exactly great on the Echo Hub. So in general, I would say pick another speaker or pick a couple of speakers. Those can be the preferred speaker. When you say play music, that's what the Echo Hub will actually push music out to. As we do this setup, we can choose what we want to place on the front page when we're not interacting with a device. Unlike Echo Shows, this is a fairly calm display. So you can pick things like minimal and abstract shapes, the art and the vibes, landscapes, all these different things, okay? But Wild Earth is what you call a live background, and same with Vibe here. These are live backgrounds, so they kind of play like a little bit of a movie. There's a little bit of movement. Obviously, the really different one is Amazon Photos. And if you have the Amazon Photos app on your phone and you have that connected to your same Amazon account, then you can upload photos there. Now that's for Prime members, so keep that in mind, but you can have that being displayed when your display goes to sleep. Amazon Sidewalk allows you with, Ring products, some other Amazon products, to basically broadcast a signal that can go up to a 1/4 mile away from your home. This can help, especially if other neighbors have this turned on. If your internet goes out, certain devices can still access the internet and still communicate with you. So I turn Sidewalk on. I like doing that. I like having that as part of my smart home. Do you want to help your neighbors find pets? Because there are some Sidewalk capable trackers out there. I'm going to opt in. That means I'm sharing my internet at some level with people around here. So there we go. We're done. We are all set up. Now, if you had any problems during setup, you can always do a factory reset and get things connected. I'll tell you a couple of tricks here. Number one, you can take a number of devices off of your home's Wi-Fi. So if you're finding it can't connect during the Wi-Fi process, take a number of devices off your home's Wi-Fi. But I'll tell you, if you have to do that in order to get this connected, then you're probably running a little bit close to the edge of the capabilities of your Wi-Fi or your home's router. Another thing that's good to check before you set up the device is that where you are and where you're intending to put the device the Wi-Fi signal is good. You don't want a bad Wi-Fi signal at those locations, and it might affect this actually getting set up. So hopefully those things help you. There are some specifications with Wi-Fi that are important to pay attention to, but otherwise you should have an Amazon Echo Hub set up. Now let's go get it installed. Right now, you can see my Echo Hub is using a wired network connection. Now, for most people, this is going to say that you're connected through Wi-Fi, and a lot of people will want to connect their Echo Hub wired through Ethernet because that's going to help with reliability of this Echo Hub, and it also helps in some cases to eliminate some complexity, allows you to mount this a better way inside of your wall, but you need the right equipment. So how do we use power over Ethernet, or how do we use other components to both power and provide that wired connection to our Echo Hub? That's what I'm going to show you now. When you go to buy your Echo Hub, you're going to see this adapter as an accessory. And if you don't see it, it's because they're out of stock. What this adapter does is it takes an Ethernet connection and then it turns it into a USB-C connection. But there are very strict requirements. And this is why this one is recommended by Amazon. It meets all of the very strict requirements of the adapter and the overall wired connection. So the fact that I was able to do this with something different is pretty surprising, actually. But there's a couple of things that you can do if you want to use this solution. Yes, it is fairly expensive. One of the things you can do is buy a PoE Plus or PoE injector. I have the PoE injector right here. I've taken it out of the box. It has its own power supply, and that's why it's able to inject power over Ethernet. So what it does is it takes in any standard Ethernet cable from your network switch or whatever you have in your home, and then it injects a power over Ethernet signal as well as the data into this cable coming out. This cable then from this injector would go right into that adapter, and then that adapter plugs in to your Echo Hub and you're all done. But there are some really important specifications that you have to meet when you buy an injector. I wouldn't buy anything that was under 30 watts for your PoE port. There are two specifications that Amazon states on their sales page that are so important, okay? See this IEEE 802.3 AT compliant. That is very, very important. That is a requirement. You can also see 802.3 AF compliant as something you can use. And actually, this little injector here, I'll put in the links below, is compliant with both. So right here, power over Ethernet. This is from the Echo Hub details or technical details. You need a compatible USB-C converter, and it requires IEEE 802.3 PoE Plus. So you saw that on the box that I showed you, Type 2, or IEEE 802.3 BT PoE Plus Plus, Type 3 support. Okay, but there's a second requirement that kills most of the solutions you'll find on the internet today. See the voltage and amperage ratings? 5 volt at 2.4 amps and 9 volt at 3 amp ratings. That means whatever you're using to plug in has to be able to do all of that. It has to be able to provide power over Ethernet with those specifications and it has to be able to provide power with both of those voltages. So this makes it a fairly significant set of specifications. I happened onto a hub that I had in my home already, and it's given me insight into some of the things that are going to work for power over Ethernet, or just alternative ways to wire in connection and power the device. Now, I'll just show you this hub. This is a fairly common hub, but it's called Power Expand Plus. It's a 7-in-1 USB-C PD Ethernet hub. So what it's doing is it's taking in a standard Ethernet cable and a USB-C power input. So you'll notice right here, it says PD input. That plus the basic Ethernet is allowing this to provide power over Ethernet connectivity that the Echo Hub can use. So this is a one-stop solution, but you do have to power this really well, and this is where it becomes expensive again. You guys could try out lesser power supplies if you'd like, but I also had this Anker power supply. It is a PowerPort Atom. It's 60 watts. So it's able to provide 60 watts at a number of voltages, which are obviously really important for our hub and for this. And then this hub is just passing through all of that and providing power at the voltages and the amperages that we need. So I really like this solution for a lot of people, but obviously it's going to require a full power port here, a full plug-in for this, and a good USB-C to USB-C cable that can handle this kind of wattage, and then you're going to have to get that Ethernet in there. So this is a good solution for me, but I think for a lot of people, using something like this TrendNet PoE injector, where you would just inject the PoE and then go into this gigabit PoE connector here, that's making a lot of sense for a lot of people. This is not an expensive device. So I'll leave links down below. I'll kind of separate them out. We'll have this with this, and then I'll have this and this together. You guys might be able to find some cheaper alternatives, but I really like this solution from Anker. Just very easy to do with a standard Ethernet cable then in your home. I'm going to show you how to get your Amazon Echo Hub mounted on the wall just like this. You're going to be able to take the Echo Hub off the wall at any point and be able to work with it just like that. We have some of the things out of the box that are going to help you here. Number one, you're getting a set of 2 screws. I'm only showing you one, but you're getting 2 of these, and then you have an anchor mount, and you will need a drill for this. In order to drill the holes for your anchor mounts to go in, you're going to need a 1/4 inch or a 6.5 millimeter drill bit with that. Now that is going to work with the mounting template. The mounting template is going to be your guide for a lot of this. I'll just show you. It is perfectly sized for the actual hub. So you're seeing the mounting template, and then you're actually seeing the gaps here. When we put this on the wall, this represents our perfect Echo Hub on the wall. These 2 spots designate where you're going to be drilling, and you're going to need a 1/4 inch drill bit for those. So I'm just going to take this off. Before we go forward on mounting this plate, keep in mind the front, the word front is right here. There's an arrow up, and these little mount pieces, they're sticking up. So you want that orientation on this mount, and it does align with this. Just make sure before you do put this on the wall and start to drill that you have this aligned well with the wall. If you have to, tape it up. Obviously tape it up there fairly lightly because you don't want to rip out paint or anything like that. But That's going to give you your 2 spots for your drill. Now you can see I've just put mine up with some double-sided tape. I have a lot of tape here, a lot of tape here, a bunch here, and a bunch here. So it's very secure right now. I didn't want to drill into this. The thing you're going to want to do with this, when you get it on the wall, you're going to want to make sure that it is level. So get a level it out, make sure it's good. Make sure the distances, this is 1/2 inch, and this is just under 2 inches on the side. You can see it's another 1/2 inch on the bottom. Let's go through a little bit on the cabling. I've plugged in my USB-C. Obviously, if you're doing a power over Ethernet installation, this is going to be different. You'll notice that I've gone quite far around, and I'm actually going around the outside of these the first time. I think for most people, what you're likely to do is just go into here. But if you need an extra wrap, this is going to be your method. Now, what you have to be careful of with this is that you're not interfering with the little gaps here and here for your hub's wall mount to go into. If you're doing it this way, I'm going to tell you that you're minimizing the cable remaining really well, but you are going to have to be very meticulous with how you do this. Now, even on this turn, you don't want to put too much pressure here because you'll pop up a cable. You want to get it as close to this other cable as you can without pushing too hard there. I get it, onto that cable. I'm kind of pushing back a little bit, not bending the cable too hard. A little piece here, and then you're coming down. I do find that this last one pops out a few times as you do it, but there you go. Now you're coming over your whole set of cables, so that's why you can't be too hard. You can't be pushing too hard because these will pop up, and then that's it. When you do it like this, you have exactly 3 feet left. Now, if you don't do that extra loop that I did, then you end up with 44 inches of cable. And I will tell you guys, I've tried to come out the top, I've tried to come out the sides. In a lot of cases, when you put it on the mount, then it's going to be too flimsy. You're not going to want to do it that way. So you've got to come out this bottom and then probably wrap around and come out one of the sides to go to your plug, or obviously going straight down the wall is going to be nice for you. When you're ready to mount this on the wall, so you've got everything wire wrapped the way you'd like, you're pushing down just to get that onto the mount. The arms of the mount, they're just sticking up into there, and then run your cable the way you'd like to run it to your adapter. Just to give you one other trick here, I have gone all the way around the mount a full time in around here, but it does leave this little bit of the cable sticking up, and I don't know that many of you are going to like that, but it is an option to get rid of more of this cable. Now I've got a little bit sticking out here. You're probably going to want to correct that, and eventually you want to get that straightened out. Now you can use something as simple as these little clips here, but we're looking at what I think is a much better solution. I also have some double-sided tape. This is not necessarily what you want to use. This is just what I use around my home. It works especially well on tile. Now I'm going to prep this with just a few pieces of tape. The good thing with double-sided tape is you can get a look before you peel off the back. I'm just going to stick the cable. Just going to pull this down a little, get this butted right up against my Echo hub, and get it on here to here. Obviously, if I had to cut down this, then I could. But now you can see I've got the cable in there and I've got it pretty tight under here. But now I have the second piece of my channel. And really, all you're doing is making sure the cable's in there. And you're just pushing this in. Come from one side. It moves the cable down most of the way for you. I think you can see where I'm headed here. Obviously, I just have to do another strip on this side. So there we have some pretty clean lines. That's some inexpensive channel that I put up on the wall. Otherwise, I think it looks pretty clean. I like the setup now. We've got the channel, it's butted up right against the hub here. You do have to watch the little mute microphone button. You can't push up against that for a long period of time or it turns off the hub. But otherwise, I like this. I don't know what you guys think. Probably you'll do it a little bit better. So I'd love to see your setups if you've got one. If you want to use this with a table mount, sit it on a counter, well, we can do that, but we need an extra accessory. Now this is the tilt stand for the Amazon Echo Hub. It's by a company called Sanus. You'll find this on the sales page for the Echo Hub. They actually sell this one as an accessory for it, but you can buy it separately. Now, it'll basically turn the Echo Hub into an Echo Show 8 in a lot of ways, and the device does recognize when it's on the stand versus when it's on the wall. You do get a little manual for the stand, and then you get the stand itself. It has this little movement here, this movement here, and then a little black back here. It's a little bit sticky, so it's a little nice, but I have found it leaving marks on some things. With the stand comes this little plastic piece and a couple of screws. We're going to use that in just a minute. Now, for this process, you're going to want the Echo Hub on something that isn't going to scratch it. I don't trust my surface down here. And you're going to need the cable. Now, the cable is 6 feet long. This is the one you get from Amazon. You could use a different power cable if you didn't want to do all this work, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I've already taken the little plate off. It was attached to here before, so make sure you take that off. But then what you're going to do is there's a little gap right here, and you're going to come through and you're going to go over top of the white plate. Before, this was on here too, so just take off that little cover and there you're good to go. Now you're going to feed it through quite a ways, because what you're doing is you're coming to your Echo Hub to wrap the cable. Now in the previous section when we mounted it on the wall, I showed you how you could continue to wrap outside or start your wrap on the outside of these little tabs, and that would actually get this cable down to 3 feet in length. So if you're looking to get as close as you can to a cable right at the edge of your stand, well then you'll want to do that. If you don't want it that far, then you can just do a couple of turns or a single turn or even none and just come right out. So that would still give you almost 6 feet of length. You'll have to decide how much length you want to remain, but I'm going to show you how you can almost eliminate this cable entirely with this system. I have one more wrap to do. What you don't want to have happen is have all these cables pop up, and they do tend to try and do that if they're applying too much pressure that way. But there we go. We have it fully wrapped and sitting in there. This cable cannot interfere with this hole or this hole here. So just watch that. This right here it might pop out on you. In fact, it probably is going to. But what we're gonna do is we're putting the arms in and then we're pushing up. Okay, and that's trying to get it into those slots. This is probably an easier way to see it. There you go. Now that I have the pins fully pushed up into here, well, I don't. This is what will happen if you don't have them all the way up. If there's a cable in the way, something is not working. So then just push the hub down and do it again. And you gotta really push up there. And once you have it right, that piece, it fits in. See that right there? And now you're ready to put the screws in. Now that my screws are in, everything's pretty locked down. And based on how we wrapped it, we've got about 3 feet of cable. If you want, you can deal with all of the cable now through the second part, which is the mount itself. So you can see right here, we have the ability to wrap this cable around again. So the way I've been doing this one is I just feed the cable back through to get a whole other loop, and then I'll do a loop, but it's a little bit painful with this mount, to be honest. It's not an easy process. So at this point, I have about a foot of cable I'm gonna need to get this to a power bar over there. So I'm gonna unwrap it, but you could keep going and get it fully done here. There you go. That's how the mount looks. And then you just snap on the plate one side, then the other. And now you are on your mount, and this can sit all over the place at different angles. In general, you can take it to a fully 90 degree. You can even go back a little bit. You can see the angles a little this way, and you can go all the way to that degree. I think it looks best there, but it's gonna depend on reflections in your home based on lighting and things like that. There you go. It's now facing up, and that's how we're gonna use it for a lot of today's video. The next section of our video, we move from getting this installed and set up with the basics in your home to customizing and configuring the display. And we're gonna start out with some of the basics on this, and then as we go, we're gonna get into some of the features that you'll wanna use every day. We're gonna walk through the basics of the Echo Hub display, so you know just how to navigate around some of the special features that we have, even with things like the buttons. So you've seen the hardware, it all seems to kind of make sense, but this button right here, it's a mute microphone button. That means Amazon's voice assistant can no longer hear us when we press that. It lights up on the side, and then you can see it gives you this red bar along the bottom. If you press it again, it turns off that red light and removes the red bar. But there's actually a second function to this. If I hold this button down, you're gonna notice it brings up the opportunity to shut down the whole display. So you can do that through the menu, but it's a good little way to power it down, and then if you want to power it back up. The other two buttons are, of course, the volume buttons. So pressing those down will bring the volume down. Then you get a slider on the screen if you'd like, and you can press the volume up to bring the volume up higher. If you want to use Amazon's voice assistant, you can just request the volume at a certain level from 1 to 10. So change the volume to 2. You can also use the term set the volume to 2 if you'd like. Just from a high level, I'm going to show you the basic parts of this display, and then we'll start to get into the different details. Now on the left hand side, number one, you can see we're on the home screen, and the home screen I'm going to walk you through, but the rest of these are called groups. Now they're managed inside of Amazon's application, but you can tap into each group to bring up the controls for that. You saw it take an extra second there. Sometimes it will, but as you move between your groups, it tends to go faster and faster once it's kind of loaded them in. So the first time you press on a group might take a few seconds, but after that, it's pretty quick to move through things. But this just gives you control of different things throughout your home that are in a certain group. Heading back to the home page, what you're noticing are a number of widgets that I have added to this page. Again, you can see that load in the first time. I've put a lot of widgets on this page. I would say you're only going to want a few on there to really have this display work well. But you can add new widgets, you can edit the widgets that are on the screen. The bottom part of this display moves back and forth as well. This is essentially the different device types that you can control in your home. You can tap on any of these, go into those, and then you get controls. We're going to go back through that again, but that's what I would call kind of the third part of this display. The fourth part is the pull down menu, which gets you to all kinds of different aspects of your hub. Now let's say that you're in part of the hub. You know, these are all different features. So I'm just going to go into the video section of the hub. And let's say I'm walking through all this stuff, but I want to get to the home page. Number one, I can pull down and then I can hit that home button right there and it'll take me back to the start. Or I can just request the voice assistant. So go home. That's a quick way back and forth from any part of the screen, anywhere you are, doesn't matter. You can always request to go home or just hit that home button there and it'll take you back to this. Also, when the device kind of goes to sleep because no one's been interacting with it for a little bit, it will head back to its video background. That's a setting I'll show you in a little bit. And then it will always be at this home page when it comes out of that basic video background. Now there are, I would say, three kind of specialized features that you have on this smart display. The first one is the quick view to get to 4 cameras. So you can see this is in the cameras widget. I'm going to show you how to make sure that's on the screen front and center, because a lot of people are going to want that. But when you tap on that button, it's bringing up, you can see this 4 square set of cameras, and it's going to bring up the feed as fast as it can. Those feeds will all be dependent on how fast those cameras are responding in your network and some cloud services things. You can see a couple of these cameras are taking a little extra time, but this just gets the 4 cameras up on screen. It's going to depend on which brands you have, how fast they come up, but you can also tap into any of these cameras and head back and forth between this. I'm going to show you that in detail, but that's one of the specialized features that a lot of people are going to be interested in. Number 2 is what I would call active media. Now this is allowing you to control other streams of content playing throughout your home. You're going to be able to move them between different speakers and usually control the volume on that content. The third thing that I think is fairly specific to this device is this right here. It's called security, and this is my Ring security system. I can fully control that system from here. This did require a subscription for me with Ring, and you're gonna hear, there you go. It just armed my system, and I can disarm that as well if I'd like. I have to put in my code. Don't tell anyone my code, but there you go. It's disarmed that. If I decide to say we're leaving, so that was home and armed. If I leave my home, it starts an exit delay. So this acts just like the keypad that you get with the Ring security system, and it's a great feature for this panel, especially close to doorways. So those are kind of the 3 specialized features that I would say come with this Echo Hub right off the hop, on top of a good basic walkthrough of this display. So let's get into some specifics though. Although I'm going to show you this a little later on in the video in each little segment, one of the things you can do is edit anything on this main page. Now I can scroll over to the right, and if I hit that edit button, it's bringing up this panel which allows me to, you can see, rearrange is what I'm currently on, and then configure gives us some additional options. So rearrange is just letting you move things up and down over here on the groups list. So I can grab my little patio group, move that down, or if I want to rearrange, say, one of these, I can move that back and forth, and it's the same down here. I can grab these. That's the rearrange side of things. Configure allows you to get rid of elements. So the groups, if I don't want to see the front room group there, it's now gone, and it just goes all the way to the bottom here, and you can bring it back at any time if you'd like by hitting the little plus. Configuration means I can bring up configuration on different widgets if I have any. And then there's another way you can do this. So if you long hold on the screen, number one, because I long held on smart home cameras, the widget, I can go into the widget gallery, I can configure that widget, or I can rearrange my widget. So that brings me back to this page. We're going to talk about the groups. Now, all of the groups are on this left-hand side, and when you scroll to the bottom, you see this edit button. All of these different groups, I think the biggest thing to keep in mind is that they're coming from the Amazon Miss A application. So that's the app that you use to manage lots of this. And as you create groups and manage those groups in that app, it is reflected here. So here we are in my kitchen group, and you don't necessarily have to call every group a room in your home. So here's a cameras, here's a bulbs group. I used to do those things because I didn't have controls like this where it says lights. I'll show you how to create those groups and how to manage them in Amazon's app, but you get these different sets of controls for each of the group. Now my kitchen has a lot of different lights in it. I can turn them all off by doing that. And the difference between these two buttons right here is that you see these two that have a switch icon? If I press all on, it's turning everything in this room on, including those two switches. So that's the difference. This is only affecting things that are considered lights. These are not considered lights. So that's really important to note. Now this light has a slider on it. So I've just updated all of the lights in this area to 59%. If I'd like at any time, I can see some more details by hitting the three dots. It brings up a different control page. Not that helpful in that regard, but in some other situations, it's going to be pretty helpful. So for example, here's an A19. This is a whiz bulb, and you can see I can adjust the brightness on this bulb, and then if I scroll down, I have some additional controls. I can go into the shades of white, or I can change the color here on this bulb. This specific one has that opportunity. I think one of my favorite parts about this display is as you're turning things on and off, it is actually reflected, and you should see a bunch of them turn off when you're turning them off in a larger group. So bang, 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 bang. That's really nice to see in terms of updates coming through your display. Depending on the type of device, you may end up with some different controls, some different things showing up. So here's a video camera. Now that video camera, it actually ran out of batteries today. Here's a contact sensor. I can tap on that to get more information on it. Closed, and when was it last closed? Oh, I haven't opened that door since yesterday. Here's my door lock. I can tap on the three dots to get more information about that. If it has anything more, I can tap on that to lock the door if I'd like. This is a robot vacuum. It just has a simple control. If I tap on that, it's going to start the robot vacuum. But You might be noticing things like this. Now, sometimes these devices are not currently working. I don't know what this device is. It didn't have a name. It doesn't have any controls. This is what comes up. This is stuff that Amazon and the vendor have to work on. And I'll tell you, it's mostly the vendor that has to do this work. How do I know that? Well, if I go to my living room, these are 3 Govee lights right here. So this is a Govee light that's working, and these are 2 Govee lights that are not showing any controls. One thing you might be noticing in my world here is this little exclamation mark. It means the device is disconnected. Now, I have a lot of smart home products that I test, so I've got a lot that's disconnected. That's telling you there's a problem with that device, so you might want to do something. Now, let's talk about customizing this. So just hit the edit button, and you know, sometimes it's a little hard to grab these, but if you just long hold and then kind of give it a second, you can move these up and down. That's the first way you can customize this, okay? And you can see when I hit the edit button, it went into this rearrange mode. I can still scroll down really quickly, and that's gonna allow me to move up and down different groups. But the second part of that, if I hit edit and I go to configure, now I can get rid of these groups if I don't want them. So for example, maybe I don't want a group called direct connection, and maybe I don't need to see the bulbs anymore because I have the lights group at the bottom. So I just got rid of those 2, and it helps, I would say, to keep things a little bit trimmed down on this display. Just kind of keeps things moving a little quicker. Now, one of the things you're going to want to do is modify what's in your groups. If I head into devices inside of Amazon's application, it actually puts the groups at the top. Now, I can tap into any of those to see the different devices that are part of that group. Now I have individual control. You can see those all on, all off buttons. So those are what we saw over here. Now I'm in my bedroom group. There's the all on, all off group. And then there's the ability to turn on all of my bedroom lights. So here they are right here. Same controls. I can also see some more information on these different devices, and you can see that it's not necessarily showing all of the devices on the display, right? So I don't see something called first remote control on here. That's because it doesn't have any controls on the display. The speakers, you're not seeing those controllable on the display. That's only going to happen with active media, and we'll talk about controlling music overall. But if I want to change what's in this group, I hit edit. Now, this always takes a few seconds to load for me and to be something I can use, but if I need to add any additional of the Amazon devices, I can. And then down below are all these different products that I have added to my smart home that I can add to this group. Something to keep in mind with these groups. Most of these devices can be added to multiple. So you're not just stuck adding a device to one group and then you can't control it in another group. That's what I mean when I say, hey, these group names don't have to just be the rooms in your house. So if you want to nest a group inside of another, okay, I'm in my bedroom group, and let's pretend that I wanted to add a certain group. Let's say the sensors group was inside of my bedroom. Something that might make more sense is like a walk-in closet. Well, I can just nest that whole group inside just by hitting that little check mark. The other thing really important to have access to in some cases are all your different scenes. You might want to add those to a specific group. So here's my good night scene. I'm adding that to the bedroom group. We're seeing that as a scene right here. Now the really neat thing about Amazon's display is it's pretty quick with updating from the app into this display. So if you're gonna get controls, it's gonna show up right away. Unfortunately, with something like a scene right now, it doesn't seem like you're getting that. But add your different devices in through that method, and that's going to let you manage the groups in Amazon's app. If for any reason you need to create a new group, you can see I just moved all the way over to the right, and I can hit that new group button. You can see the ability to combine rooms or groups, or just create a new one. Now you can name the device or group. You can get a custom name if you'd like, just make up whatever you want, or you can use one of their kind of pre-created ones. So that should get you controlling your home by groups, but let's move on to some more detailed controls. As we were creating our big tutorial here for the Echo Hub, Amazon added a feature, and that's one of the great things about smart displays, smart speakers in general, is you get brand new features. Now, it's a routines quick panel, so you can run routines. These are smart home actions that you can run time and time again if you want to do a bunch of things at the same time, and they are things that you set up in Amazon's application. Now, I have a number of ones that I have selected to place inside of this panel. You can't edit a lot, you can't change a lot about this new routines feature, but I'll show you what you can change and how you can make this work a little better for you. Now, generally, you can edit this whole display, but when I hold and I go to panel navigation, I want to edit that, you see that we can't move routines, and we can't configure anything really inside of this. So you're not going to be able to do much about the placement of routines. You can come into routines, and again, you can't do a lot about the placement of these right now, or at least I haven't figured out how to do that. If we do figure it out, we'll put it in the comments below how to make more meaningful modifications to this order. But I imagine this is just Amazon putting out a new feature and letting the different components of it build over time. What you can do is edit which routines show up here. Now this is accessible. You can go to routines this way, or you can go the way I just showed you. If you want to remove one of these from showing on that page, it doesn't mean that your routine won't run, it just means that your routine won't show up on that page. So if I no longer want It's Time for Prime, you just saw it disappear. So you can get this down to just a few routines that you'll want to run all the time. I think security-based stuff is obviously really important.
Okay. Security System 1 is enabled.
So you can see right there, lots of things are going on inside of my home. If you ever want to, you could just refresh the list of routines if it's not updating for some reason. But in general, that's all you're going to be doing with this, running routines and then modifying the ones that are showing up. Now, I'll tell you, when I first came into this, I had to do this process of turning off a number of these a couple of times because the list was so long that I have in my home that they couldn't even display all of them. So just keep that in mind. You might have to come in here a couple of times, turn off a number of those from showing. The other thing that you might want to see is that there are a couple of featured ones. So here's the featured I'm home. You get some information from them, start my day, start my commute, but in general, you're going to want to use the Amazon routines page for getting more Amazon routines in that they kind of pre-create for you. So head to the routines section if you're wanting to know more about that. Now, you can control your entire home by device type, and there are some reasons to do that. When I say device type, I mostly mean what's at the bottom here. The first thing you have to understand about this whole set of things is that they're coming from the data that's inside of Amazon's voice assistant application. So when you tap on lights, this is all the information coming from there. Anything that is determined to be a light will show up in here, and you can see how quickly you can move through a lot of different lights. So I can turn that off. This is just like the groups in that you can tap in, get more settings, you can tap back to get back to your main list, and you can control these fairly quickly en masse. Now up at the top, these two buttons, you need to be careful with these buttons, especially if you've controlled a lot in your home. This is all lights off in your home, and this is all lights on. So that would turn on a lot of stuff. I'm not going to press that right now. It's the same when you go into different segments, but for example, locks. Okay, here we go. We can unlock and lock those kinds of things. In many cases, you're going to be asked for a PIN. That is something that you're setting up inside of Amazon's app when you first do the first lock or you first connect that to your home. In terms of cameras, this is going to let you scroll through all the different cameras, and you will see previews on some of these. I'm going to get a couple of those to show you here, but if you're not seeing previews on them, your camera's just not capable of it. When I tap on a camera, I'm going to get that feed up, and then I can communicate with people on the other side of the camera or go to the multi-view, so you can see those two buttons there. I also have the ability to zoom in if I'd like. For switches and plugs, again, you have these buttons. You need to be very careful with those kinds of buttons. I pressed this plug one that turned everything off, and that meant a lot of things were turned off in my home. For sections or device types like climate, if you don't have a smart thermostat in your home or a smart climate device, well, then it's not going to show up as a type of device. That's really important to note. These things will not necessarily be here. They won't necessarily be the same. You might have other sections that I don't have here. Now, the other side of things, the other button, is actually really important because some of these devices will not show up even when they're in a group. What I mean by that is, for example, here's my kitchen. In my kitchen group, I have placed my curtains. Now when I go to other, here's a number of curtains. The only one that should be showing up is the curtain 3, I believe. But that is not showing up inside of my kitchen group control. So there are some cases where you will want to head to the other page, and then you'll have control of things that maybe you didn't have control of before. Depending on the curtain you have, how it's connected, you might have different controls. So for example, here's a percentage control. You can add those to groups, see if you're going to get those controls. If not, you're going to have to come to this other section. This is where all the different types of devices are. Now I want to address something that seems a little odd. Here's a Govee heater. Okay, I can turn that on. Now my heater is turned on, it's running. And you would think that because this is a heater, it would be sitting inside of climate, but it's pretty obvious that it's not here when I tap on that. Now, why is that? Is one of the biggest things for moving items across these device types. So we're going to switch over to the Amazon app now. So on the home page of Amazon's app, I'm logged in, and obviously you can see I have all these other device types. So we're not seeing the cleaning device types on our Echo Hub, but I can tap into those and control them here in the app. So over time, I think we're going to see additional groups or device types showing up. But one of the things I can do is I can move around here in the app. I can edit those, move them around, and then they're going to be in different spots. So I just moved that cleaning one way up here, and I would expect this kind of feature to come to the Echo Hub eventually, but it's not there today. Here's that Govee heater light. I'm in the devices page. I've just scrolled down in my list, and I'm going to tap into that. The problem with this is you can see I brought this in through Govee Home. Okay, so this is the Govee app. It's the Govee skill that I've connected, and that's how this has been brought in. The unfortunate part is this is type other, and that's why it's ending up in there. So if you're finding this with a device you have, then unfortunately it's type other. It's not type heater. Govee hasn't brought it in that way. They haven't done the work on their side. So this is a Govee problem, and they need to fix that. You can talk to them about it so that it starts to show up in climate control and you start to get the right controls, because right now my only control with that device is on and off. Things are a little bit different when we talk about some of the plugs. So here's a plug. I'm going into the settings, and here I have an option to choose the type of device. I can only choose light or plug right now, but with switches, you'll have this kind of an option too, where you can choose the device type, and if it's fitting what you need it to be, then you'll be able to get it into the right device type control over here. It's also easy to kind of break things down in the app by the different device types. So if you only want to find all your different plugs, you can hit that, and now you can see I can go through all of those different plugs and make adjustments to their different types so we can move quickly through it. Our front page is mostly taken up by widgets. Now, it's important to know how to work with those, what you can and can't get out of them. You can see I have a cameras widget, something called ambient visions, and you can see I have a little bit of scrolling inside of that. And here's my calendar. There you go. I can move through that, and that's coming from the Amazon app. With widgets in general, it should be understood that they are coming from configuration you do inside of Amazon's voice assistant application. There are only so many of these widgets that you can work with and how to work with them. So number one, we've seen this page before. I can hit the edit button, and now I can rearrange widgets. So if I'd like this one to be further over, I can just grab it that way. If I'd like to get rid of it, I can hit the X right there. And then the configuration page sometimes gives me some additional controls. So here on the cameras, I can go in there and I can configure that additionally. For example, this one, if I want to put another camera on the screen, I can do that. If I want it to be first in the list instead, I can move it up or down like that. But if I want to get additional widgets, which it's looking pretty boring right now, I can hit that little plus and go into the widget gallery. I also have the ability to long hold on any of these widgets, and I'll get additional options, so I can go into the widget gallery that way, or usually there's some configuration or rearranging options. Now, for any of these widgets, if I want to get them on the main page, I just hit the plus, and you watch it get a little sound. Okay, it's added a new widget for us. There are some different categories. So if you want to play a little Sudoku game, there you go. I've just added that. But these are editorial, so this is just kind of the section that Amazon has provided us. So I just went into new, and here's some new ones that have been built. So I'm at the top here in the new section, and I can just scroll through, and any of these I want to add, I can just add them. Oh my gosh, that one's called Fart That Tune. Sounds like a great one to add. In the smart home section, this is the one that I think a lot of people are going to look at. In many cases, these are connected to skills, or at least the ones that aren't made by Amazon are. So you can see smart home cameras, smart home favorites, and smart home groups. Those are coming from the settings in the app. Smart home groups is a good one to add. And you can see I can configure that. So now I'm just going to choose the group that it's going to display. And now, even on the home page, I have the bedroom controls here. Now, as you add additional widgets to this page, I will tell you, it slows down the whole display. You only want to have so many widgets on this display. It's not a super powerful device that's able to hold 30 apps open in here. In my opinion, if you have any more than 5 widgets on here, it starts to impact just a little bit, but by the time you're getting to 10 interactive widgets, it's impacting things pretty good. So that's where just get rid of a few of these, keep it pretty clean, and I think you're gonna find that this device handles well for you, or displays well. Just in terms of widgets, you know, you can go to all categories. You can see different categories here. There's not a lot in each category. Sometimes there's only one. There you go, business and finance. There's one exact widget for this whole display. You know, and you could go to all widgets and see everything, scroll through them all. There is quite a few, but you're not gonna find a lot of different widgets for a single purpose here. And I will say, this is not all of the widgets when you get to the bottom of that. So I do find that it helps to go through the categories in order to see all of the widgets in that category. There's a large settings menu and a large set of settings inside of the Echo Hub, and actually it extends to the Amazon application as well. Most of the settings you're going to want to manage are in this menu right here. When you hit settings, you're going to get to almost everything, but there are a couple of small settings right here. You can see do not disturb. That allows you to turn the display onto do not disturb. You're not going to get notifications. All kinds of things have just stopped at that point. This is not going to talk to you. It's done. To get to the brightness settings quickly, there you go. And I'll show you a new route here in just a second. And then if you want to see if you have any notifications, if you get a little bell icon up here in the top right, you might want to tap on that, or you can hit that right there, the notifications button, and it'll bring up that. Everything else is kind of part of Amazon's different services that they have. Now, inside of settings, you're going to find connectivity stuff. So Bluetooth and your Wi-Fi network, or in the case of the Echo Hub for the first time, a wired network. Then you're going to have your profile and the other people that are attached to your profile, if you've made those inside of the Amazon app. Then basically it goes through the display management, some of the sound management, privacy, and here's the do not disturb mode where we can quickly schedule it. Communication settings are right here. Do you want to get a ringer on this device at all? It's right there. And then there are definitely some more deeper options inside of device options. So this is going to show you, number one, the device name, which you can change right here, and it does reflect that in the application. Then you have where it is, the language that's being used on here for Amazon's voice assistant, in those two cases, what wake word is being used. Then you just have some stuff related to where you are in the world, so you can set your time zone here, the temperature, the distance units that you're using on this device, and then here we have some infrared settings, so that's related to proximity detection here. You won't necessarily use the web browser on this device a ton. It's not the fastest or the best web browser out there, but you will use it for things like YouTube. From a privacy standpoint here, you can get into some additional settings for privacy, but there's also a little bit of a restricting of access to certain things. So I'd call this like privacy and security. You can block the web search and the browser entirely in Amazon Photos, all those things, and even talk about some of the video providers. A lot of these settings you're not going to be into all the time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. There's also the calendar feature in here, so you can see there's quite a bit going on inside of this settings, but we're going to go through the different settings that you might need as part of the different sections. So just like this, we did a quick walkthrough on the settings here. We're going to do a quick walkthrough on the settings that you have for this device inside of Amazon's application. What I'll tell you is I'm in the devices page and I can go into my hub to manage a lot more. So I can do things like turn on do not disturb mode. In general, I get a quick little purple bar there on the do not disturb mode, and then you see the moon sometimes on things. But you can see I can adjust alarms and timers, the photo display here as well, and whether or not anything's connected to Bluetooth. But there's deeper settings for this hub right here. This is related to audio. We'll go through this inside of the music segment. Pairing Amazon gadgets, honestly, there's not a lot for us to talk about there. It's kind of like Bluetooth, and there's not a lot of these anymore. Sounds and do not disturb and communications guides how the device will make noises and whether or not it will make noises and whether or not you can use that as a phone. And then we get to some display settings for this specific device. Everything from the location and how the time is shown, how you call up the voice assistant and what it sounds like when you do, and then more of that photo display and the languages being used on the device. But the More page has a ton of settings that you will use in your account in general. And while we're not going to go through every setting here today, I am going to show you that the big categories you're after are at the top here. And these are related to features that we're going through in today's video. But the settings here is more often related to your profile and your account at a high level with Amazon and with Amazon's voice assistant in general. So things like privacy, locations that you have in the app that are something you can use with the voice assistant. So if you want to mark your grocery store, your favorite grocery store, and know how to get there or what the traffic's like, you can do those kinds of things. Managing like the overall notifications across all of your devices are right here. This is a big one because people find these sometimes talk too much, and you know, all these different settings for all the different features of Amazon and their voice assistant are all down here. So this is a big piece in the app. It's through that More button, and you can go into settings or you can use these to get quickly into those. So let's go forward now and start to work with the different features that are in the app and in our smart display. When you walk up to the Echo Hub, there's an infrared sensor here on the front of it. And so when you come up to it, it's gonna move to the main screen automatically, but there are some settings that you can manage to manage that experience. Now I'm going to head into settings. This specific set is inside of device options. That's towards the bottom. Now if I scroll down a little bit, here I find proximity detection. This guides how the device does this. So do you want to use the infrared sensor on the front to understand how close you are to the device and turn it off when it's muted? So if you want, in general, when you press the mute microphone button, you can turn off that proximity detection, which would mean you'd need to tap on the screen to get it to wake up. Do you want it to automatically wake up when you approach the device? Yes or no? And do you want to auto wake it when it's in night mode? Now that's going to be a pretty big difference maker for a lot of people. If you have this in a bedroom or you just don't want the level of light that this provides when it comes on. Now we're just going to roll straight into managing the display. And I want to talk to you about a few things before we go into some of the deeper options that you have. But the display and brightness inside of the settings menu, obviously you're going to be able to adjust the display's brightness, and you can change whether it's kind of a warmer color or a cooler color on the display in general. Unfortunately, you can't adjust that based on the day yet. I hope that's a feature that comes. Now, adaptive brightness just means that the brightness sensor on the front here is just going to guide how bright things are. You can leave that on. I'm turning it off so it doesn't mess with my camera. If you set an alarm on the Echo Hub, this sunrise effect will play over time, and it's just going to gradually bring the screen up over 15 minutes for alarm set between 4 and 9. If you get up any later than that, sorry, you're not getting a sunrise effect. And this is fairly important when we talk about that infrared sensor. Do you want it to automatically dim the screen brightness, bring it down? And then here's another setting or another place for that setting for auto wake. So this brings it to a pretty dark display. Now, with all of these other settings set, you want to decide how the display looks. In general, there's two components to this, and what you're going to start with is selecting one of the different segments here below recent clocks. Okay, right now we have personal photos, modern, playful, and photography. And within this, I'll say the modern, the playful, and the photography are things provided to you by Amazon, and you can select any of these. You can see art, okay, abstract shapes, and this is minimal. Now, minimal is going to be a very basic thing. Obviously, it's going to keep the display pretty calm and quiet. Playful, obviously, it's getting a little more playful with what you have on the display. But you'll notice that there are different looks to these. So this has kind of a bigger clock to it. But this little icon right here is really important to pay attention to. And today, Amazon only has two options for you, but these are called video backgrounds, so they move a little bit. I've been using this photography one called Wild Earth for just about everything I do. Now, when I save it, it's gonna save that onto my display. That's what it will use when the display goes quiet. But there's a second component to this, and that is the recent clocks. Now, when I go into that section, or I just select one of these, and instead of hitting the check mark, I hit edit, I then get this option. So the background I've just chosen because I hit that little edit button, but now the clock face can be changed. Different backgrounds might have different clock faces, so you can go check that out, kind of combine things together. So if I'd rather have this clock face, now I've chosen that, now I hit save, and that's what will show up when my screen no longer detects us to be around. The final thing you can do is to connect to Amazon Photos. Now, this works with Amazon Prime. If you're not a Prime subscriber, this isn't really going to work for you. But what you do is you get that app on your phone, you connect it to the same Amazon account as is being used here, and then you can upload photos to that. Now, when you go into Amazon Photos, you get a bunch of different albums based on what you've built in that application. Daily Memories is kind of an easy one to use, and then it's just going to show a set of your photos automatically changed every day, but then you can pick your other albums if you'd like. One of the most important aspects of smart displays is that they can display your cameras, your doorbells, all those devices you have in your home. So today, not only am I going to show you how all of that works with the Echo Hub, but I'm also going to show you how to make that automatically happen when someone walks in front of one of these cameras. So that's going to give you a lot of control, and I'm going to show you a number of routines that allow you to customize how long your cameras stay up on the smart display. This is the camera widget, and right now it's only available on the Echo Hub. To get a list of all your cameras. You can just tap on the word cameras and then you can scroll through all of them. Ones with previews are generally going to be from Amazon, but I expect these previews to show up more and more with other camera makers in the future. Also on this page is a way to get to the new Multiview, and on the other end of the widget is that same option. Right now my Nest doorbell is charging, and that's one of the recent cameras. That's one of the biggest things to understand, is that the Multiview is recently active cameras. So these are cameras you've interacted with, or maybe they've seen additional things. Now this is my Ring camera. This is a Ring Stick-Up Cam Pro. I can hit the mic on button. Now I'm speaking through. Anybody on the other side would be able to hear me, and then I can bring back up that Multiview by tapping there. If I wanted to see all my cameras again, then I can just tap on that and it's going to bring me back here. Obviously, this is making it pretty easy to move back and forth between your cameras. Now, if you need to modify what's showing up on this widget, then just long hold and go to configure widget. Now you're able to, if I didn't want to see the front pro cam anymore, or I wanted to put it at the end of the list, I just went, it was actually at the very top. So I just wanted to show you, you can go all the way from the very top to the bottom if you need to rearrange things, but otherwise you can just drop it down like that or move it back up. And one of the nice ways they were thinking about this was every time you hit the up, it brings up the menu. If you want to remove one of these, well, for now I'm charging my Nest battery doorbell, then you can just hit that. And when you're done rearranging things, there you go. One of the things that you should have just seen though is that when I had 5 cameras, this first one had a larger view. So that's a good thing to do with any of your cameras that give you a preview. Of course, all of your cameras are contained within the groups that you've placed them in. So if you've created a group for an area of your home, well, they're in there. And of course, if you're seeing this, then the camera is currently disconnected. So just some important things to keep in mind, but let's talk about how we get a camera like this to pop up automatically on our display when someone is seen. Okay, we're ready. I have a routine created in Amazon's app, and what will happen is whenever a person is detected in front of the front pro cam, then Amazon will show me the front pro cam. It'll wait a minute, and then I've told it to go home. I'm actually not sure if that's going to work, that last piece of it. We're going to test it here. But we're also hearing from Brian's Echo Hub. So that's making all of these commands go through the Echo Hub. So the important thing for this is how we got to this point where if a person is detected. I'm just going to create a new routine to show you how we built this. So I went into the then section and I went into smart home. Now this lists all of your smart home devices you've connected to Amazon's voice assistant. And here's my front pro cam. I'm going to select that. Certain cameras will have additional options. So this one has person or motion detection. I could choose either not detected or detected. And with not detected, you could say for how long that goes for. But with person detection, I think that's probably the best one. This does require a subscription with Ring specifically. So just keep in mind that you might end up, depending on which camera you're using, with a subscription. One thing I didn't do in the last routine was say when I wanted this to happen. So maybe you don't want this happening all the time. Maybe you only want it happening from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. You can just make those selections. And you also might not want this to happen every time someone walks in front of the camera. You could suppress this, which means if I put 10 minutes here, this routine will only run once every 10 minutes. Of course, I can set active days as well, and then I hit next. And now I'm done this trigger side of our routine. On the action side, we have some options, but we're going to use the custom option, and we're going to say, show me the front cam pro. If I want to define which display this is happening on, so I could choose an Echo Show over here if I'd like, I can say on that device, and I can put the name of it. So I can write on Echo Hub. Okay, if that's the name of this device, which you can find out either in the app or you can go down to device options in your settings, and then, oh, it's Brian's Echo Hub. So if I don't like that, I could actually change the name. Okay, so that means I have to write Brian's Echo Hub. There we go. I've written that out, and now I'm saying next. Now this will run it for the maximum amount of time. Okay, and these have timeouts. It depends on the camera. It depends on Amazon service. They can change the service, but at some point, your camera will stop showing its feed. Now, people always ask me, how long does a camera stay up when we bring it up automatically using a routine? I'll tell you, there's a really complex answer to that. Sometimes it's based on Amazon's display. Sometimes it's based on your manufacturer for the camera. But ultimately, it doesn't matter if you do things like we've done in our routine here. We're only going to wait a minute, and then we're telling the smart display to go home. That keeps it up for only a minute. Our other routine allows you to just bring it up every so often. So just find out how long your camera is going up for, and then wait that many minutes, and then tell it to show the camera again. So if you've had this happen and you only want it for a few minutes to display this camera, well then you can add another action and go down to the bottom and choose wait. Now choose how long you'd like to wait. A lot of cameras will time out after 5 minutes. So let's say you just wait the 5 minutes and you hit next. Okay, now we want to do something. So let's send the device this to go home. You got to type in home, go home. Now, unfortunately, this will only work if we choose the Echo Hub as the device. If you wanted to keep this camera up for, let's say, 15 minutes and it kept going off on you, well, don't do that action. Do another custom action and say the exact same thing. Front Pro cam on Brian's Echo Hub. So just do the exact same command. And there you go. Now you're going to get 10 minutes out of this routine. You're going to be able to see that camera for 10 minutes. And because we have that suppression for 10 minutes, everything's kind of lining up. So it would start again if someone was still out there after 10 minutes.
Someone was detected at your front pro cam. Okay.
Sunshiny day. See you around. So there we go. We did have a successful execution of going home after a minute. We didn't let it run for too long. That's going to help you if you don't want this display taken up by events like that for too long. One other thing people ask me about all the time is, how do I make sure that I don't hear it go okay when it brings up the camera? I don't want to be disturbed by that. Well, what you do is you add an action for the device settings, and then you change the volume. So you can drop that volume down, hit next, set that volume to 0, move it up like that, and now it does matter that this is coming from the Echo Hub itself, because then it will set the volume to 0 there. At the end of this routine, if you want to hear things again, Go back into device settings, choose volume again, and set it back to whatever volume you would like. Before we go too far, I want to show you a voice command you can use, and then you can use this in routines, and it's totally going to change how you use this display with your smart home cameras. Open Multiview.
Okay. Sending to TV. This might take a few seconds.
So ignore the sending to TV thing. That's actually something related to how I connected my Fire TV, but you can request Open Multiview as a command, and this means inside of routines you can use the custom action to do the exact same thing. So when you detect a person in front of a camera, you can open Multiview on the Echo Hub instead of just the single camera. One of the major components of the Echo Hub is the voice assistant. Now we can modify a lot of the ways that this works. Obviously, you have your little mute microphone button that stops these 3 microphones on the front and the one on the back from doing any listening. I think it's important to keep in mind that if you cover these, you're not necessarily going to get as good of performance. These are far field microphones. Same with the microphone on the back, but obviously if you're mounting this on a wall, that's going to be used a little differently. But there are ways that we can modify the experience. One of the biggest ways is actually related to who you are. Now, if you have added different profiles inside of the Amazon application, which you get the opportunity to do every time you log in, then you will have different potential voice match opportunities. But for each person, there are certain things that you can customize that will change how the experience looks and feels and responds for you. So you can see that we can add all these different interests. We can also enter in some profile information, including how the name is pronounced. It's a little easier usually to do this inside of the Amazon app, but recognition IDs like your voice ID is something that you can do on this display. And if it's not working very well for you, you can delete the voice ID and then set it up again. So now I've deleted mine, and I'm just going to do this again.
What's the temperature outside?
What's the temperature outside?
Say, play music.
Play music.
Brian, it's great to put a name to the voice.
So now, obviously, you can come into this part of the display for each of the different people in your home. And that will mean that you get personalized responses. So if I ask about my favorite team or I ask about a specific topic, well, now it knows my voice, it's going to identify me as that person, and then it's going to respond differently. That was obviously one of the bigger things that you can do to change your experience, but here are some of the device options that you can manage inside of the device. Now, obviously the device language is going to matter. Certain languages as the primary, you're not going to necessarily have access to fully. So it's important to have a read of this once you get below the few that are supported. It might result in some of the functions being limited if you're using those as the primary language, but you can add additional languages. You just might, again, not get a response back all the time. So if I want to speak German to this device, there I go, and it's going to download that pack. It's adjusted that, and now when I head back into the device options, you can see that I now have 2 separate languages on the device. Additionally, I can change how the voice assistant sounds. There's a number of different ones, and I'm Canadian.
This is what I'll sound like when you speak.
Sure. And then I can change the wake word. There's only a few that you can pick from, but actually this is a fairly comprehensive list when you compare to other voice assistants that can usually just do one. And that will change a lot of how the voice assistant hears you and how it responds. Many of the device options that we just went through are also available inside of the devices page, and then when you go to the Echo Hub itself. So lots of these similar things are here. We're going to head into the overall settings. Now, if I scroll down, I have the wake word choice again. I have the voice choice again, but I have two additional options. Follow-up mode is an interesting option for a lot of people. I like it, but this is up to you. It will basically listen after you've woken up the voice assistant, made a request. It's going to listen for a few seconds after that, and you won't have to say the wake word again to ask it a question. Adaptive listening is a nice option as well. If you're kind of someone who thinks about what you're saying, or you have to think about what you're saying, it's good to turn this on, because over time it will learn how to wait for you to finish what you're saying. There you go, I just did it. Some other things that you can change about Amazon's voice assistant sit inside of the More page and then Settings. One of the more important things to look at here are voice responses. So this all, you can see I've turned it all on. Brief mode, whisper mode, and adaptive volume. These are changing it for all of your devices. Brief mode means you might just get a short sound as a response out of the device instead of a big long, yeah, I did that for you. Great. Hey, why don't we talk about this and that and this? Sometimes it'll just be a ba-ding and you're done. Whisper mode, that's obviously if you're whispering at the device, it's going to whisper back in its response. And then adaptive volume, if there's noise in the room, it's going to increase the volume. So those are great to look at to change how Amazon's voice assistant responds to you. There are additionally some settings, around voice purchasing that you're going to want to manage, guest connect, those kinds of things. They're very specialized, so I'm not going to go through them in today's video, but those will impact what you can and can't do on the display, as with all of these different settings. So as we go forward, we're going to talk more about specific things that you can do with Amazon's voice assistant and how to adjust the settings around those things. Now, there's just one other setting that I want to show you for changing how the voice assistant works. When I go into the settings and I go into sounds, down here at the bottom is the start of request and the end of request sounds. Now I can turn those on, and now every time I bring up the voice assistant, what time is it?
It's 11:48 a.m.
So you hear that little sound that happens at the beginning and the end of the request. And it just helps me personally to know that Amazon's voice assistant has heard me and it's ready to respond, or it's done listening to me. A final way that you can really change how your voice assistant responds to you is inside of accessibility, and you've been noticing those little captions at the bottom. Now, inside of accessibility, you have caption settings, and this is where you can come in and enable different captions for different components of your experience with Amazon. We'll go through accessibility entirely in a little bit, but that does change how the voice assistant works for you. A lot of you will be thinking about a security system for your home. And one of the best systems going right now for working with Amazon products is from Amazon themselves, and it's Ring. Now, I'm going to show you how to set up the entire system with Ring and connect that into Amazon's voice assistant, and then use the actual features on this smart display to give you a full security system with this at the heart. Let's talk about managing your security system. Now, today I'm only going to talk about the Ring security system. You might have a different one. Those are going to manage differently, but this is the specialized feature that works really well with the Echo Hub. This does, as far as I can tell, require a subscription, and Amazon says that it does. So keep that in mind as you go through this. This will show up as soon as you connect everything correctly, and then you're going to be able to manage the alarm panel. You're going to be able to move to arming it. So right now I'm saying that we're leaving the home, and it's giving me a minute to leave the home before it arms the whole system, and things like my motion sensors as well as contact sensors and cameras may alert me then, or if I have monitoring in place, alert that team at Ring that's doing the monitoring for me. Now I just input my code to disarm this, and obviously I can do an armed and home mode as well. So those are the different features that you can take advantage of right from this panel. And that makes this work just like the keypad that we get with the Ring security systems. So it's a very similar experience. Now you will find additionally other components inside of your smart home from this system, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Right here in my front room is the contact sensor on my front door. I haven't called it that, but I can go in, get information about that. So it was closed at 11:41 a.m. on that date. That's the last update that we have from that sensor. Doorbells are the same. They're going to ring on this based on your settings in the Amazon app, and that's actually where you manage a lot of this. Okay, so we're going to switch over to the app, and I'm going to show you some of the management that you have to do to get this set up, working, and in your home and on your Echo Hub. The first component of any of this is that you have to have the Ring app, and you have to have everything installed in the Ring app at a location. You can actually have multiple locations, and they do tend to show up differently in the app, but I haven't tried to do that. I don't have two alarm systems to be able to manage them both with this. I imagine probably doesn't work out super well right now, but you can see that I can see the previous shots of my cameras when they were taken. You can see we have the same buttons here, but the biggest thing you have to do is to connect this to Amazon's voice assistant. Now the way to do that is to hit the more button, go into skills and games. There's a couple other ways to do this, and then just search up Ring. And when you hit Ring here, you're going to see the skill for Ring, and you have to enable that, put in the credentials for your Ring account, and that will connect it. Once it's connected and you have that subscription, this showed up for me at the bottom of the device. Obviously I could move that around, but that was how it showed up and started working for me. Obviously with the cameras, there's going to be a little bit that you can do in terms of settings and how it interfaces with this. So my front Pro Cam, I can turn on the speaker, turn on the mic here in the app, and I can see the live feed. But if I go into the settings for that, I get some additional announcement options. So when a person is detected on my front Pro Cam, I can turn on these announcements, and then I have to adjust the settings. So person detection, it's currently going out to two devices, or two devices are currently stating those detections. If your device has that option, it will show up here. You can turn that on. Then you get mobile notifications on or off, announcements from your devices if you want them. Then you have to choose which devices make these announcements. So right here I backed out a couple of screens back to the main page, and these are the announcement devices. So I've chosen my Echo Show 8 3rd generation, the Fire TV Cube, and I can choose the Echo Hub if I would like that to happen. Now you notice I haven't turned on motion announcements. That's up to you if you want that to happen. What I'll tell you is that the person detection and the motion detection, that is all coming from the settings inside of the Ring application. If you turn the motion settings to be very different. You know, you change the zones, and you change the sensitivity on that to be really minimal. You're not going to get as many detections through the camera and therefore not as many announcements on this. So you got to play with those. You can play with schedules. You can play with other device settings to really change how many announcements you're getting. The contact sensors, the motion sensors, other devices that you bring in from Ring, they behave a little bit differently. They behave more like just other devices in your home. So here's my alarm system. You can see it's called Tuscaloosa Ring. I've edited that name when it first came in. I think it just said Ring Alarm. And you can enable the disarm function. You don't have to have that available. And then you will set that access code that you saw. Now, it can be the existing security system pin or an Amazon specific one. So you could change that if you wanted to use a different pin with Amazon versus the actual Ring keypad. Do you want to hear those security sounds on your Echo devices? And again, you can pick which ones will make these sounds. So it's a pretty comprehensive system here that you can work with. Motion detection. Obviously, motion is being detected on this. You can see the duration, things like that. You can create specialized automations or routines off of those things. But in general, that's going to get you through your security system setup with Ring. One thing I did want to show you quickly is the Protect plan that I had to get with this. So I went into the overall settings for inside of my Ring app, and you can see I'm on Protect Pro. This is a $20 a month subscription, but it does cover all the different devices I have in my home. So when I reconnect my Ring doorbell, that's going to show up here. That gives me the video recording on all of these devices. It's pretty comprehensive coverage, but I did have to get that in order to have the feature show up here. We're going to start working with lists in Amazon. There's actually a lot you can do. I've already added the to-do list widget, and I've added the shopping list widget. So you can find the to-do list under productivity, and then you can find the shopping list under shopping when you go to all categories in your Echo Hub. There's the shopping list. We can move that little widget up and down. And over here is our to-do list. It's going to behave much in the same way. Add something to my to-do list.
What can I add for you?
Film this giant video.
Giant video added to your to-do list.
Add another thing to my to-do list.
What can I add for you?
Make supper.
Make supper added to your to-do list.
So it's quite easy to add things to your to-do list, but we can also try and remove them. Remove Make Supper from my to-do list.
I've checked off Make Supper from to-do.
So it's quite easy to get rid of things on our lists, but we can also tap into the widget itself, and you can swipe over to the left. If you swipe that, it's gone. You can also tap into it and adjust what you've put in the list if Amazon didn't quite get that right. And the same holds true for your shopping list. You can tap into that. If you no longer need that item, you can erase it like that. Now, lists are stored inside of the Amazon app under More, and you can head to Lists and Notes. If you'd like, you can create additional lists. You just won't be able to access them through a widget on your Echo Hub, but you can always request a new list. Create a list called Video Ideas.
Create a list called Video Ideas, right?
Yes.
I've created Video Ideas list.
So now I have a list called Video Ideas. I can't access it using the widgets here on the screen, but I can request to add things to it. Add an item to my Video Ideas list.
What would you like to add to Video Ideas?
Amazon routine ideas.
I've put Amazon routine ideas on video ideas.
So now we have that idea in there, and of course I can use the application to remove them, or I can use the Echo Hub to show me the video ideas list, and then I can manage it just the same way as those other lists. So that's a good bit of insight into how to work with lists on Amazon's voice assistant and with the Echo Hub or Echo Show displays in general. Later on in the video, we'll talk about the shopping list a little bit more when we talk about shopping with this device, so stay tuned for that. But let's move on to sticky notes and notes in general. Make a new sticky note.
Okay, what should the sticky note say?
My kid is funny.
Okay, I've saved your sticky.
Create another sticky note.
Okay, what should the sticky note say?
My kid is silly.
Okay, I've saved your sticky.
Now, I've created a few notes, and we're not able to move around with these, but I can tap into them and I can unpin a sticky. So one of them is going to be pinned to the front of this display. Because I've added a second sticky note, look what happened. It's over here. There's a second one over here. If I want to get rid of these sticky notes that I've added, I can long hold on them and go to remove widget. We can actually do a little more with notes and the voice assistant. So I have a lot of notes from way back when, and I can ask about that. Tell me what all of my notes say about Dad.
I found 14 notes about Dad. Remember that my dad is the smelliest thing on earth. My dad is poop made out of poop.
And the last feature that I think is really important is I can send notes to people. So when they come up and they voice verify, that's going to bring up some information about that note for them. They're going to get that little indicator at the top that says, hey, there's a note for you. And that's going to work on Echo Shows, things like that. So send a note.
I can't send notes without a visual ID and voice ID for the recipient. Do you want to make a sticky instead?
Just an important thing there. Everyone's got a voice ID or have a visual ID. That's an important component of sending notes and sending messages in general to people. So as we get later in the video, we're going to talk about some of the components of multiple users with Amazon, and that's obviously going to be a critical thing for you. Let's get the calendar working on here now. The calendar feature is not perfect, but it is useful, especially on this display when you use the widget. So here's the calendar and reminders widget. Anytime you make a reminder, it's going to show up here. Right now, the widget is showing events that are for a specific individual. That's the last person who spoke to this device and was voice verified. So I'll show you what I mean. Right here, it shows that this is for Automate. Now I'm Brian, and I've voice verified as Brian on this. So it's showing me that that's there, but that's because we're sharing calendars as a family. To be able to do this is a little bit of a setup process inside of the application, but if I'd like, this one here is for me. I could tap into that, and we can make some minor modifications here to things like the start time, and then we can hit save, or we can delete this one. I can also go to a daily format here in this, and I can move between the different days and see my schedule for that day. I can add additional items, and I can always request this by the voice assistant. So you can see, first of all, I can add a reminder, and that will come up just the same, or I can add events. So add an event to my calendar for today.
Got it, Brian. For what time?
5 p.m.
And what's the name of the event?
Quit all this filming.
Okay, I've added that.
So right now you can see I had a reminder that was called stop filming, and now I have this event. So you might want to work with that in the calendar app that you're using, but in general, you're just going to use this to add events and see the events. Where most things are going to happen is in the application. Now, I erased my calendar that I linked to Amazon, just so you guys could see how that whole process goes. So back into my settings, this is probably what you're going to come into. A Miss A calendar, and then the ability to add an account. You also have a couple of settings. So do you want Amazon to announce your events 15 minutes before they start, whether which calendars you want them to be announced from, and which device you would like them to be announced from. So we can choose the Echo Hub or any of our Echoes. Whether or not you want them to announce overnight, if you have some late in the evening, that's up to you. And when there are announcements for your calendar events, whether or not you would like the weather or the traffic to be included in those is right here. Now, for the most part, what you're going to have to do is add an account. And keep in mind that each person can add their different accounts under their profile. You can combine everything into a family account using other services, other things, but these are the three types of calendars that you have access to. So I'm going to connect a Google Calendar. Now that I've connected this, I can select which ones I want to use, and then you're going to choose continue. Now, which calendar do you want to use when you add new events? This is very important, obviously. If you're using the voice assistant to add events, maybe you want to use this calendar. And then what happens is this calendar is shared with everyone in the family and will be read out when they ask what's on the schedule. So if you want your calendar to be the one when people ask, then you can use that. That can be the family calendar, and your account setup is complete with that. If you need to make modifications to those, then that's how you can do that, just by tapping in here. That would be the default calendar and then the family calendar. If you need to make modifications for which accounts are being synchronized with your Echo Hub and your other Echo devices, then you can come in here and select those ones to come in or to be removed. Each person is going to have their own opportunity to do this work in the Amazon app. And then when they voice verify and ask for events, it's going to show their calendar here plus the Miss A calendar, because that's what I've set as the family calendar. In general, you can set timers and alarms really quickly, really easily. You get a nice visual display with the Echo Hub. So set a timer for 20 seconds.
20 seconds, starting now.
So you get a couple of things here. Number one, this popped up right away. If I created another timer, it would be below this. I can see multiple timers. And you get these little interesting extra features. It'll show little animations. When it's done, I can tell Amazon to stop, or I can press the stop button. Stop. Now we can customize our timers a little bit, and I'm going to show you, you get a little extra display here. Create a cookie timer for 5 minutes.
Cookie timer, 5 minutes, starting now. Next time you ask for a cookie timer, I'll remember that it's a 5-minute timer. You can always ask for a cookie timer for a different duration.
Hopefully that made sense to you. Now it's, every time I say set a cookie timer, it's 5 minutes. So if you have certain timers that you want to use again and again, then you can just request that. Now you can also still say set a cookie timer for 10 minutes. But now that I've set a bit of a longer timer, I have it up here, and I can tap into that to see all my different timers going on. I can also go into the settings, and there are some additional options for these. For some reason, let's pretend my cookies are done. I can say cancel timer.
Cookie timer canceled.
If I had multiple timers, I could say cancel the cookie timer, cancel the first timer. It might ask me questions if it's unsure of which one I want to cancel, but that's a way to make that happen quickly. But there are also timer settings that you can go into, and for your specific device, you're going to tap into here, but these are some of the settings we already saw inside of here, like if you're missing that notification, if you want to ring on all devices, you're going to get those extra notifications. But then there's timer settings specific to your hub, so just the ring volume of that, and then the tone that you're going to get at the end of the timer. You can pick that and hit save. Of course, I can also set alarms with this. This is going to be very useful for a lot of people, especially if you're putting this bedside. But you can go to the alarm section right here in the settings. You can see that there's no alarms that are yet set, and I can hit add alarm at any time. I could also request Amazon's voice assistant to create an alarm for me. Pretty easy things to fill out with this one. I don't like to get up too early. You can see that the alarm is going to happen in 21 hours, and I can change the date, and then I can also choose to repeat this alarm. So let's say I wanted that to happen on weekdays. Okay, now it's a 9 a.m. alarm on every weekday. I can hit that save, and now I have an alarm. I can also tap into that and make adjustments to this. And now I get a little icon in the top. But if I don't want this alarm, there I go. I could also request that of Amazon's voice assistant as well. So let's just do this by voice quickly. Add an alarm for 9 a.m. tomorrow, repeating every day.
Alarm set for every day at 9 a.m.
Set an alarm for 9:01 a.m. to repeat every weekday.
Second alarm set for every weekday at 9:01 a.m.
So now I have a couple of alarms, and by the way, they are going to be impacted by a setting inside of here. So if I go into the settings and I go into display and brightness, one of them, the 9 o'clock a.m., will use this sunrise effect. So it'll bring up the display brightness for 15 minutes. So this is a good setting to check if you want to work with alarms on this display. Delete my alarm that happens every day at 9 a.m.
Your next 9 a.m. alarm is canceled.
So there you go. You have a few methods to deal with alarms as well as timers, but actually there's another method inside of our application. Now, alarms and timers are combined together in the more side of the application. So I can head into there. Now you can see a lot of different alarms that I've created over time. And for each one, I can tap into them and I can delete, and I actually get a lot more settings. So this is a place that you might want to come in and adjust settings after the fact, after you've created this with your voice assistant. But if I want to go in and modify some of the settings, now I'm inside of here. I can see again all these different settings, but I can manage the sound that is on this. I can additionally manage the sound for alarms inside of the settings here by going to sounds. So here I get a different level. So this is the generic volume on the device, and then I have an alarms, timer, and notifications. One of the things you won't be seeing in the list of alarms are these premium ones. So if you're looking for some different sounds inside of the alarm tone settings for your alarm, instead of it just being that simple alarm, you can go through all these different ones, which we saw on the display, but there's premium ones here, and you can say there's certain ones that are free, and then there's certain ones, you can see I just added the nature sounds alarm, and now I can put that as the sound on this specific alarm. When you're adjusting, this is important to keep in mind, when you're adjusting the sounds here, this is the default sound for the device. Okay, and you're going to have an override happening here. So just test that out, make sure it's sounding right to you, and then get your settings right. The other setting you get here with your alarms is this wake up lighting. So it can gradually brighten your lights, which is really nice. And we already have the sunrise feature on here that can be used with certain alarms. And you can pick the different bulbs throughout your home, or the different lights that can be changed brightness wise with this feature. So you just turn that on, and now I can choose to have wake up lighting running. I can also have a wake up routine after this. Which alarms should play this routine? Let's just say this one for right now. And we can pick the different events that we want to have happen when this alarm is dismissed. Okay, so we want this to happen, and we can add different actions. So you can add things like, hey, give me the weather. Is there going to be rain today? Hit next. And you can continue to add additional actions that will happen after you dismiss the alarm on this display. So let's say that was good enough. And now you can see that I have chosen an alarm is dismissed 3 to run after this is dismissed. So I can hit save, and now I've totally modified that alarm. Now you're seeing all the different additional settings that have gone into that alarm. I also have overall settings that I can go into, and I can see the Echo Hub settings. I can change that ring volume for alarms, timers, and sounds, and all of those other things. So you can see the default alarm tone. This is all in the sound settings of this, but we can do it here as well. In the Amazon application, we have a feature called reminders. Now we can add a reminder at any time just by saying add a reminder, or you can get more specific. When you add a reminder inside of the application, you're able to pick at a time or at a location. Now you have to add locations. You can manage those locations. You can add ones. If you're at a place, you can just hit current location and then name it and then put in the location you're at. So if I wanted to make a reminder when I get to a certain location in New York, then I can get that every time I arrive or I leave. Now we can repeat this if we'd like every time we arrive, or maybe just the next time we arrive. That's how you would leave it. And we can only remind on specific dates if we'd like. So you can get pretty specific with these reminders. And of course you can do them at a certain time and say what it announces from. So if you want to pick your Echo Hub, you can do that, or any of your other Echo devices. With the time-based ones, you can follow up every hour until it is acknowledged on the device. But we're going to want to do these reminders in a lot of cases on this device. So remind me in 10 minutes to stop filming.
Okay, I'll remind you in 10 minutes.
Now it brought up this for me. I can choose to repeat. I get the follow-up options, and I can choose who this reminder is for. So if it wasn't actually for me, which they voice verified that this was me, then I can choose that. I can also change the time and all of this information and hit save. So I can request to show me my reminders. It's going to bring it up, and then I can edit those at any time. But I can also edit them from the application here if I need to change the time, for example, so that I can show someone a demo sooner. Let's do that. 4:52. So it should be coming up right away.
Automate. Here is your reminder from Brian. Stop filming. Automate. Here is your reminder from Brian. Stop filming.
So there you go. Now, if I've set that flag, it will remind me once an hour. I can also say remind me again in 30 minutes, or I can hit that stop and it will stop the cycle. And it's now gone from my list of reminders in my phone. You can see the recent reminders though, if you would like to see the ones that have gone through. This smart display is not fantastic for consuming content. It just doesn't have the speakers on it, and in a lot of cases you're going to mount this on the wall, it's going to be too far away. But there's a lot you can do with music and video to use other speakers in your home, Fire TVs, and even other smart streaming devices. So I'm going to show you how to do much more with the Echo Hub than you expect with music and video. Let's talk about playing music and other audio-related content, things like podcasts, books, all from the Echo Hub, and getting that working with different devices you have in your home. So, you know, there's an Echo Show 8 sitting right there, and this is my smartphone. Obviously, we have Bluetooth on here. There's Bluetooth on these devices as well. The basic controls for music, most of the time, you're just going to request music, different types from Amazon's voice assistant. So, play music.
Sure, here's a custom mix just for you.
Now, you can see that the music started over here. There's a reason for that. It also started Amazon Music, and there's reasons for that. But in general, what you're going to do after you've started music is you can request it to stop music through Amazon's voice assistant, but you also have this active media list. Now I can pause and play, and I can pass the music to different speakers, to different groups of speakers. So there's my bedroom group of speakers. It's actually a home theater system. And you can see I can pick all the different things that are online, and then I get little notices if I've taken something offline and I can't use all of the speakers in something, or if I've taken something offline and I can't use it at all. So if I'd like to pass it back to, let's say, the Echo Hub itself, I can do that. Now I have the display, it's showing lyrics. I can choose some of those things, so if I don't want the lyrics, I don't have to have those. It won't always show lyrics for you, and you can send Amazon Music or whatever service you're playing on some signals about what you think about this specific song. And then of course, I do have the same ability to push it to other speakers if I'd like. Now I don't have to stay on this page in order to get the music to continue to play, but I can scroll down and see additional options for playing music. This is going to be a pretty typical interface. A lot of the sources you'll play music from will be very similar to this, but might have slight differences. Now, as I said, I can go back home, and this is playing music. If I turn up the volume, it's going to continue to play. I can still see that going on in my active media list. And if I want to see what's playing, I can swipe down and go there, and I can go back to the whole music panel and start different things playing. But if I want to get back to that control screen, that's where I'm tapping. Now, the Amazon app, the Amazon Miss A app, has other controls. So if I'd like, I can do the same kind of control here inside of the app. I can move between different speakers, and I can make adjustments to what's playing and how it's playing. But I'm in the More page, and now we're going to head into Music and More. And this brings up everything you can play from an audio standpoint on the Amazon Echo and Echo Show and Echo Hub speakers that you have in your home. They're just giving you a number of different options. Local radio, if you have Audible books, they're going to be down here. And if you have a Kindle library, you can actually play them on your different Echo devices. So I can tap into that, and then I can pick which device it's playing on, and now it's reading a book. With the Audible books, obviously it matters whether or not you have a subscription to that or have previously had a subscription and got a book from them. One thing to note with this Kindle library, if you're not seeing this section in the app, then head into the More tab, go into Settings, and then you'll notice this Accessibility section. See this Kindle Assistive Reader? You're gonna need to turn that on in order to have that show up inside of the Music and More section of your application. Now, with applications like Amazon Music and Apple Music, you have to connect those to the application here in order to access them. And when you ask to play music, it's using your default music service. So I'm going to show you how to set up those kinds of things right now. For any new service that you want to connect, you can see them down at the bottom here. There's an option to link those services, but you can also head into Settings, and then you can choose Link New Service, and there might be a few more here just based on how many are available in your country. You might have more than I have here in Canada. But once you choose those, it's really a matter of enabling this and then putting in the credentials to your account. Now, most of these services are going to require you to have a subscription. There are a few things that are really important to note here for getting your music working correctly. Number one, you notice at the top here, it says family, and then I can switch over to Brian. So that's because I'm logged into my specific profile within our account. But for now, you can set a family default service. When you go into there, you can see if you're playing music, an artist or a genre, and a podcast, you can select different services as the default. When you do that, and let's say I wanted to switch over to this, then anytime I say play music of any sort of fashion, it's going to do that on iHeartRadio. Now it's back to Amazon Music. Because I have connected multiple services though, so I've connected both iHeartRadio and Amazon Music, that means I could say play music from iHeartRadio or from Amazon Music if I didn't want to use that default service. Now, some of the services have an explicit filter and the ability to deactivate that explicit filter. You'll have to watch that with your specific service. I think it's pretty much Amazon at this point. Now, a lot of services will have an autoplay feature. So if you play a specific playlist that you've created in the app, well, then you can continue to autoplay or continue to play other music after that. That's, again, going to depend on the service. Now, for myself, if I didn't want to use Amazon as my default, then I can select different things. I can select different defaults. I can also connect different services specifically for myself. So when other people log in to this app, their name would be at the top. So they would have the opportunity to do all of this customization for themselves. Now you can build things like playlists and request them. Those kinds of things are going to be based on what you have access to inside of the service. So in some cases, this is Amazon Music Unlimited that they're offering me here, a trial, $0 for 30 days, and then it goes to $10 a month. And what I'll tell you is in a lot of cases, just having Amazon Prime right now will get you a lot of songs or the whole library of songs, but you can't really control what's being played on your speakers. I can say play Foo Fighters and then it'll play a mix based on Foo Fighters. I'll get Foo Fighters songs every once in a while, but I only get to skip so many tracks. So that's kind of how they get you to do this upgrade to Amazon Music Unlimited. And obviously it's going to be more expensive as you get more people going. There's family plans and things like that with lots of these services. So really look at the service you're going to use and make sure it fits what you want to do with your music and your control. In a lot of cases, people like using Spotify, and then of course, there is Apple Music in a lot of countries. But let's get back to how this is playing music, how it's deciding to play music, things like that. So I'm going to go to the devices menu, and I'm going to choose device type. Then I'm going to choose Echo and Miss A, and I'm going to hit apply. And then we should be able to see our Echo Hub, but it's called Galileo for some reason. Weird. So I just went into the settings for my Echo Hub. For some reason it was called something different, but this is where a lot of the settings are going to impact how this plays music. Now the audio settings are available right here. You can adjust bass, mid-range, and you see I did that here and it's brought this up for me on the device, and now I can make adjustments here. I can tell you it's not going to change a whole lot with these speakers, but you also do have that setting inside of the settings and inside of sounds, and it's equalizer right here. I know that's not quite in focus, but there you go. You can make that adjustment on this device as well. The other thing that really changes how this functions is which speaker is being used. Now, if you'll remember, when I requested music on the Echo Hub, it played it on the Echo Show 8. That was actually a setting that we had during setup. We could hit let Miss A choose, and you can go through a process of adding devices to the office group. Now that's because early on I placed this in the office group during the setup process. Now that actually tells us how we can set the default speaker. We could go through this process, but the way this is being governed is in the group that we've placed this in. So I'm back on the devices page. I go into the office, and right here. So from any device in the office that we request music, it will play on these speakers. We can change that. If I'd like, I can go back to that. You can see I can include multiple. So let's say now I wanted to do 2 speakers, and I get to choose. Do I want it to happen always or only when I say the group name? So play music in the office. Now the great thing about this is I didn't move those speakers into the office. I just made them the default whenever we request music. So now it's playing. You can see it's on both of those speakers. And if I'd like, I can head into active media and control that again. From here, I could change the speakers. I can adjust the volume on both of those. I could do it independently, or I can bring it up together. So you can see it continued to play on these 2 speakers. When I asked it to read my last audio book, you can always request that. It'll bring up the last one. Otherwise, you can always find your last audio book in the music and more section, and you can start it from this part of the app. There's one more feature that is pretty important when it comes to playing music, playing other audio with Amazon's voice assistant. There's lots in routines, and we'll go through routines later on in the video today. But Bluetooth is one of the biggest ways that people like to play music because it lets you play from any service you have on here. So for example, YouTube Music doesn't work in Amazon's app. So if I want to play any of this stuff on my Echo Hub or on any of these other speakers, I have to go into settings, I have to go into Bluetooth, and I already have my Pixel connected from a Bluetooth standpoint. So I'm just going to hit forget so that we have to do this from the start. Now I'm going to go into Bluetooth here, and I'm going to hit pair new device. And now it's looking. There's the Pixel 8 Pro. I'm going to hit tap to pair. And there you go. It came up. And I'm just going to hit pair here. And now
Connected to Pixel 8 Pro. Now that you're paired, next time just say, connect my phone.
Right, so that's an important command. I could say connect my phone. I can also say disable Bluetooth. I can also say disconnect my phone to the voice assistant. But now whatever I play from here is what's going to play on this. So you can see I can control the volume over here, and I have these two independent controls for volume. Okay, I can also pause over here, move audio tracks, and here I can move audio tracks too. So there we go. I think that's a pretty good demo of music playing and other audio sources playing with Amazon's voice assistant. See the routine section for a little more about specialized commands you can use, and see Amazon's help pages for different commands you can use to play different sets of music. Let's talk about playing video on here. This will include sources like YouTube and other services, and I'm going to show you a couple of different ways you can play different videos on this display. Now, in general, you're going to go to video through this page. Whatever you see for services here are the services that you have access to play video on. So if you don't see a service here, it's just not available for you yet, either in your area or just it's not going to be available for you. So this is a really important distinction for you. You can see that Hulu is here. You would have to sign in. So when you tap on that, it's going to bring up the sign in page. If you don't like where this is all headed, and I don't because I don't want to pay Hulu, you can go back to Video Home. The Fire TV channels are another new service that Amazon's bringing.
I'm having trouble playing your content right now.
You can see here in Canada, not quite available for me. So there's lots of different bite-sized type of content inside of Fire TV channels. You can get them on the Fire TVs as well. But then Prime Video is probably the one that most people are going to use with this service. And that comes with your Prime subscription. Obviously, there's an ads component to that now in 2024 in many countries. So when you actually start a show, you may end up with ads. And there are some settings down here if you need to chat about rentals and purchases you've made. There's a pretty good interface for finding things. As soon as you tap in here, you can get your keyboard up. And what I always like to do, the Bourne Ultimatum. That was a voice typing, and you can see now it's brought up what I'm looking for. I like using that with Amazon Smart Displays. If you go into a show with a lot of seasons, you can go and select the different seasons and start those ones instead. You can also just scroll up a little bit. You can see it's a little sluggish right now trying to load everything in. It does get faster though as it loads everything in. So then you can pick an episode, start watching, and you've got your volume controls. You can also request shows like that. So play 2.5 Men on Prime Video.
Getting 2.5 Men from Prime Video.
Now it's resuming from whatever episode I had played before, and yes, we have an advertisement. Now these are, there's widgets for these. You can find additional options with those widgets to just quickly play certain things. But I think a lot of people are going to be looking at these two services. This is the quick form content today. You can go to YouTube by tapping on this, but it's actually opening up the web browser that Amazon has put on this device. And yes, you can go to other websites all throughout the internet, wherever you want to go with this browser. You get a keyboard here at the top. You can just tap in, get rid of that, and you can type in the web address to go to. It's not a perfect web browser, but you can use it that way. And of course, you can use it to play all kinds of content here on YouTube. Now, I'm not logged into my account, so it's showing me all kinds of stuff, but let's just start a video.
In this video, we will be eating 100 years of jail food, 100 years of school lunches, and 100 years of big McDonald's. And watch till the end because you wouldn't believe some of the foods.
So there we go. We've got it. It went straight to full screen here when I pressed it right there, and you can just continue to watch YouTube as you normally would. There is a couple of other things you can do inside of here. You can go to bookmarks, so any place, maybe your favorite creator, you could just go to their page and then you could bookmark this if you'd like. To bookmark it, you're going to hit up here, and now it's added it to my list of bookmarks. Now, if you're done on YouTube and you just want to head back to the video homepage, open Video Home. That's how you get back to here every time if you'd like. So here's our widget, and honestly, it's just going to show you a few things on it over time. You can see that it's not really looking great right now with this one, but there is also a quick button to get to that video homepage. Now, there is one more thing that we have to deal with, and that is the settings related to what you can control from a video perspective with this. So if I head into the More page of the app, and then I go into Settings, there is a TV and video settings page. Now, I'm sure you have a couple of Fire TVs in your device, and this just helps. You already probably have them set up. They're sitting in your home, but you can link or manage devices. So you can see that it's saying certain ones are linked to different devices. So if you want your Echo Hub to be linked to a specific device to control it, then here's where you can go link another device. And let's say I wanted my Fire TV Cube to be linked to my Echo Hub. I can select that. See, it's got this, and I'm going to hit Link Devices. Now that I've linked these two devices, play Everybody Loves Raymond on the Fire TV. So you can see it didn't play here. It's actually started that show up on my television. So that's really important for getting Fire TVs to work right with this device. I still had to say on my Fire TV to get it to play there instead of on the display, but it's connecting the right one to this for general control. And it actually works in much the same way with lots of the services that are available. So for example, you go into Prime Video here and you say you link your Amazon device. Well, look, it's Prime Video app on Xbox or Apple TV. So that would allow you to play Prime Video on an Apple TV. The same goes for things like my Roku television, your Xbox, and then there's a number of these other services. Lots of these are cable or satellite services. Some of them are skills. So as you go into them, they're going to give you this page to enable to use. You're going to have to do some sign-ins, but then you're going to be able to say things like turn on the Xbox. And for example, if you have the Prime Video app on your Xbox, then you can play Prime Video with this one. So that's how you connect additional video services to your Echo Hub for control very easily. We can make a lot of calls and send messages, receive messages, all on our Echo Hub. The first way you're going to want to start in a lot of cases is either by going to the menu here and going to the Communicate section. This is going to bring up all the different options that you have, and truthfully you can use Amazon's voice assistant to do any of these things that you see there. So if I'd like to drop in on the Echo Show 8, I can say drop in on Brian's Echo Show 8 third, and now I just got to drop in on there and did the call right away because we're going to get some feedback. Anytime you go into this Communicate menu, you can see those options, and then you can do things like announce or call or message, and even walk through all your different contacts. When you go into announcement, you can either type in what you'd like to say, or you can use your voice to just record what you want to come out. What a great announcement I made there, hey? Now, if I'd like to call any of my contacts, the first thing you have to pick is who you are. Then you get all the different devices, and below that are all your different contacts. You also get a dialer if you can, but this is really only going to work if you've connected the right service and you're in the US. You can also add new contacts if you have to get someone into there, but this can come from your phone and your phone's contacts. So it's up to you how you want to manage all of these, but if you just want to call a device,
Calling Brian's Echo Show 8/3.
all of your contacts are below so you can call those people too. They get an option to answer it, and you can mute and unmute. I could also say hang up if I'd like during that. So once I get inside of messages, I can add a new contact again. I can see the history, or I can tap on any of my contacts from the last few times I've tried to use this service. I can also just request, send a message.
To whom?
Brett Bristow.
Okay, Brian. I can't message Brett Bristow because they haven't signed up for Alexa communication.
This is a very important aspect to it. They have to be someone who's using Amazon, allowing these messages in, and they would do that from their own application. There is a widget that you can add to make this a little bit quicker for you. So here it is. It's called Top Connections. You can find that in just the main gallery here. And when you add that, now you can go through different top connections, and you're noticing it's going through different people. Okay, so there's for me, there's for my business account, I have a separate one, and then there's for my parents, which we have a video on setting up one of these devices for your parents and sending it to them. So that's what that was about. So you can scroll down this, you can add in contacts if you want to connect or have them in this list. And it just helps you to make sure you have all of your contacts in the right spaces. Now, the rest of communication, whether you're calling or messaging, is really done through the application. And if you go into the More page and then you go into Communicate and you haven't set any of this up, you'll be guided through a process to do things like synchronize your contacts from your phone into this section and pick a number of devices and a number of things that you want to use to communicate. But in general, if you did the setup the way we showed you at the start, and you've had an account before, then this is already set up. But I want to show you some of the features, how they work with the Echo Hub specifically. Obviously, you can call any of your contacts or any of your devices right from this screen just by hitting that call button. Anybody with this little blue check mark is a Miss A or an Amazon contact. So they have an Amazon account that they have linked to Amazon's voice assistant, this application. You can make calls to them no matter what. You can make calls to any of your devices, and you can drop in to any of your devices that you've been given access to. Now, there is actually a way that other people can give you access to drop in to their home. And yes, that can be set as a top connection inside of the hub. And anybody who's given you access to drop into their home, there you go. So you can call, you can drop in, and you can announce across all of your speakers that don't have the do not disturb mode turned on them. You can do things like add sounds.
From Brian.
Very important announcement there. Now, you can see your list of top connections right here. You can hit see all, And that's just taking you to your list of contacts. And there, once again, they're telling you these are the Amazon to Amazon contacts with that little blue check mark. You can also get to all of your contacts up here. And if you haven't synchronized those with your phone, then your contacts will not be available down here. And you would have to add each contact on their own individually if you don't synchronize. Now the way you do that is the 3 dots up here. You can add contacts. You can also add groups, so you can bring multiple contacts into those groups, and you can manage favorites. Once you add someone to the favorites, they go in the quick access or the quick contacts access. All these other things, you can see you can import contacts. That's enabled for me. I can disable that if I want to stop that process. And then contact access. Now, this is important for devices like the Echo Hub. Do you want everyone to be able to get to all of your contacts, or just the favorite contacts? And because I have the favorite contacts only selected, those are the only people that are going to show up on this device until I have voice verified. Now, that's a component we're going to talk about in the section related to multiple users. But in general, once you've set up your profile and then you've voice matched or voice identified with Amazon, then these devices, they can identify who you are. So if you want everyone in your house to be able to get to all of the contacts that you're managing in this part of the app, you're going to choose all contacts there. Otherwise, you have to favorite the contacts in order for them to show up for everyone here to quickly call. You can set an emergency contact. If you ever say call for help or call my emergency contact, you can select a specific individual. And the final thing in this set of settings, it's actually another layer to this, is the Miss A to phone contacts. Now you can add contacts to this list. It's up to 10 phone numbers. And then as long as you've linked a mobile account to Amazon, then you can make those landline phone calls. This used to be a feature that you could put 10 people in and then it would call all these different numbers for you. But you have to link an account. These are the different providers that you can link into this today. They're mostly US based accounts. So unfortunately, in a lot of places, unless you have a Skype paid for account, you're not going to be able to make these kinds of calls to people's landlines or their mobile phone numbers unless they have that little blue check mark on their name. So that's where that becomes so important. If they haven't connected using Amazon, you're not going to be able to call them unless you have that mobile account. So that's a pretty big nuance today, and it stops a lot of people from using the calling feature on these devices. You just saw this, that's the more communication setting. So we just went another level deeper. We can go in and look at the different devices that can be used with this. Not a lot to do in there, but there is an enhanced features. So what this allows is if you're having group calls or even a group drop-in, you can drop in on multiple devices. You can use those kinds of features if you enable this. I would say just enable that in general. There's some extra little graphics that you can get in the announcements section. And these other things, there's not a lot to them. Do you want notifications? And the calling preferences, this is only going to show something else if you've connected one of these other services. So in general, this is not going to be something you use a lot of or you're going in and out of. Those are just one-time settings and you're going to be done. The one thing you might want to do is to send messages to people. So I'm just going to send a message. Now I can do a little bit of an audio recording. Hey there. I can preview that and then I can send that to the person. Now, if they have an Echo display, this is what they're going to get popping up for a few moments, and then they get this little thing on the Echo Hub. So that's your notification that someone has sent you a message that you can respond to. So I could reply to this, and I can also just request at any time to play my messages. So those are options for messages back and forth with friends and family on these displays. You can see that those little notices at the top, those are gone now. One other thing you can do, and this is a little hard to do with the Echo Hub itself, but you can send some photos to their devices. So this allows you to share specific photos. Here you go, I'm gonna share a photo of soup. And again, it's gonna pop up on the display. Show photos shared with me. Now, I just got this photo from myself. I can tap on that, and if I have any others, I can play, or I can move forward, or I can react to that. And I do have some settings. So it's just gonna be how the photos are appearing. You know what, if they have an Echo Show, this reaction is gonna show up for them. It's also showing up in the app for me from Automate Life, or from my Echo Hub. And now we have this back and forth going on. Now, a lot of people might be annoyed by the idea that they could shop with this device, but there's more to this device than that. You can see the shopping list widget. I've actually added that one. So I've added that widget. I found it in the widget library. The way I found it was I went to all categories. I found shopping, and it's sitting right there. Now, the shopping list is very useful for a lot of families, I think, and that's probably the most important thing when it comes to shopping. To add things to this, add laundry detergent to my shopping list.
Laundry detergent added to your shopping list.
Now, it added that, it brought up the shopping list, and if I got that at some point, I can just swipe that way to erase these things on my shopping list. Okay, and you could just scroll down, continue to get rid of things. I don't think I need food is good. Now, you're noticing things like this. 1 tablespoon of minced chives. This actually came from a recipe that I requested, and you can request recipes. It'll open up different skills, and sometimes on those it'll say, hey, go ahead and add this to your shopping list. So show me a recipe for chocolate chip cookies.
Finding some chocolate chip cookies recipes. Okay, for chocolate chip cookies, here's a few recipes.
Now you can see it's already put my food preference in. I can go into settings for that, and I have to eat gluten-free. So that's been selected already for me. So I'm just gonna select one of these. I've gone into it, and look, here it is, add to shopping list. So on lots of these recipes that Amazon's voice assistant will give you, you can add all these different things to the shopping list, or you can add them individually. And I think that's a really important thing. The other thing you can do is tap on this. Oh, wait. Adding to cart. So it just added it to my cart. That one right there. So here I'm gonna try and add vanilla extract. Adding to cart. Out of stock items will be moved to the shopping list. So we're shopping here on this device. I've just added a couple of things to my cart with Amazon. They're going to be picking the exact thing, but if I want to just go shopping on my own, I can just hit buttons like that. That's added it to the shopping list instead of just trying to add it from Amazon. Or I can add all these items to my shopping list, and there they all go. I can go to my shopping list and take that to the store. So now inside of Amazon's app, in the More page, I can go into lists and notes, and here's my shopping list. And this is what I can go and take to the store. Anytime I find something, I can check it off. And you can see that there's all these things that were completed. Inside of the app, there's a lot of different features. I'm not going to go through all of these features, but you can see how easy it is to transfer across and then take this now to the store, pick up things, and get them. Open my cart.
You have 2 items in your fresh cart. If you're ready, say checkout.
So you can see, because I added those things to my cart, I can just request to go to my cart, and if I'd like, I can check out. Now, this kind of information, all this information is coming to through what you've put into Amazon and through their fresh service. Now, if I don't want to buy these items, I can remove them.
Belly sea salt removed from your fresh cart. If you're ready, say checkout. Sure, McCormick vanilla extract removed from your fresh.
So there you go. That's how you can get to those items really quickly. But you know, if you just want to find something like that, I need chocolate chips.
One moment. Showing results for chocolate chips. The first one is Amazon Fresh, chocolate baking chips, milk.
So now I could say show number 1, or I could go in to whichever one I'd like. I'm going to get more information.
You can say add to cart or add to list.
Yes, I know. If I'd just like to buy it now, I can hit that and instantly it's coming to me. These things are happening pretty quick. Amazon wants to make it so you can shop on their site. That's a big deal there. You can't get to all of the different items. They're letting you check out with Amazon Fresh here on the device, but you're not able to add a bunch of things to your cart and then go to that cart and buy them if they're not from Amazon Fresh. I need AA batteries.
One moment. Showing results for AA batteries.
Buy it now.
Looks like you'll need to check out from your browser or the Amazon app, but I've saved it in your cart.
Now that is happening where it's telling me I have to check out here in the Amazon app, mostly because I haven't set this up right to just instantly do that. Unfortunately, because I'm going to have some shipping costs, they're not just going to let me buy that instantly. And that's because I don't have a Prime membership. So that's one of the things that could catch you when it comes to shopping. The other thing that can really catch you here is that you don't have voice purchasing going. And that is within, I went into settings, and I went into account settings, and here is voice purchasing. Now, anyone with the voice code can make purchases. That's what I've decided to do. So you'd tap on this and then you'd have to edit your voice code. You'll get a number pad to come up, and then you'll have to put in that voice code, and then you can keep that away from the kids. You can also say anyone can make purchases if you'd like, or no one, and recognized voices. So this is where it becomes important to set up recognized voices or voice IDs. The other thing you need to do is have a payment method inside of the application. This works for those one-click transactions. The final piece is whether or not you want to allow kids under your profile to purchase anything with the device. I've enabled it, but it requires approval. You have to go through a little process to kind of set up kids with their own profile. That'll get you through a lot of the shopping you'll want to do. It's pretty clear that Amazon's only really allowing shopping on Amazon's website for right now, but you are able to bring up all those different things on this display and make purchases pretty quickly. We're going to walk through some of the accessibility features, and this isn't just for people who would traditionally require it, because Amazon's done a pretty good job at building some features that are useful for everyone and also expand how many people can use this kind of a device. Now, when we go into accessibility inside of the settings, you can find it at the bottom of the whole settings menu. And we kind of go through the different types of features. So there's vision features, you can see there's some hearing features, and then we have some speech features. There's one in here that really can change how your display works. Now, obviously, adaptive listening mode, that's just the ability for Amazon's voice assistant to wait if you kind of stutter or it takes you a little longer to say something. it'll just wait a couple extra seconds and it'll learn over time how you speak. Do you want to be able to do a lot of things without speech? There's the button for you right there. You can already do a lot of things via touch, but this helps additionally. And then transcripts for received messages, very useful. Real-time text, to use text to communicate during calls. You turn that on, and when you're in a call, you can actually type, and the text will display on both yours and the recipient's screen. Now, one of the most interesting features on Echo Shows is this tap to miss A. Now, when you turn that on, you get this little button. You can drag this little button around the screen to a number of spots. And when you tap into that, you get a number of quick options for communicating with the voice assistant. You can also add in custom ones. So this is a way to create executions for your favorite routines. So if you know you have to say something a certain way to start a routine, this is how you can just type that in. Now, you don't necessarily have to type. You can say what you want to say. And now, I'm just going to hit done, and I can select an icon, and now I have this request. It goes to the end, and every time I tap that now, it will run that little command. So, there's lots of ones they've pre-created for you, like what's my sports update?
In ice hockey, Colorado Avalanche will play Detroit Red Wings tonight at 9:30.
So there's a lot of use to tap to miss A, I think especially for routines. But additionally, there are a couple of features that really help, I think, if you're going to use this in a kitchen environment or a louder environment. That's where the captioning starts to come in. I think it's very useful to just have Miss A captioning, and it'll just put it down there at the bottom. You can get closed captioning for videos when that's available, and call captioning even. Now, that means they have to process what you're saying in the cloud, and when you enable that, obviously, other people are talking, and that will then show what they're saying on screen. Now, the captioning preferences gives you a text size option. So if you want to make the text a lot bigger, it's not that big, but if you want that, you can do that. And you can also even change the color if perhaps this ends up being a darker display for you. There's a lot of different font options to make sure that people can see what's going on. So just have a look through these. If you're not finding it readable, these are things that you can change in order to make this display work better for you. In terms of vision, the screen magnifier, you can see this takes 2 fingers to pan in, right? Pinching in or pinching out to change the zoom. And then that works a lot like a regular tablet. Color inversion can help a lot of people. And then there is a color correction option. So depending on, maybe color blindness in your family, you can change that and then it will do that color correction for you. There is a screen reader. I don't love turning this on.
Voice view ready. To learn voice view commands, double tap the screen with 4 fingers.
Tough thing to navigate with that, honestly. You have to hold on things to kind of select the elements. I find it a difficult use case there, but it does read out things on your screen as you tap them and move through. So that's accessibility in a nutshell. I think there's a couple of great options here. If you need things like tap to miss A, or you think it would be helpful to have a button on your screen that executes things like routines. For pretty much everything we've done with the Echo Hub to this point, we've been talking about doing it with a single user, and then really most of the features are going to work across your household. So now we're going to talk about multiple users, a couple of ways to do that inside of Amazon's application and their overall system, and how that will help you get this set up properly. Generally, with the Echo Hub, everything you can touch on is something that everyone's going to be able to do. So you're not going to have to think about getting this working for each individual person perfectly. In general, it's going to be smart home control, voice assistant control without much of a thought. But when we talk about the different people in your household and how you want to configure this device for them, there's a little bit that is important to do. Amazon has basically two ways to manage this. If you have a single Amazon account in your home and you're using that for all the people in your home, then what you're going to do is create profiles under that account. You can head into settings, you can see your profile and family, and this is the account holder. And then these are the other people I've created. I've created a kid profile. You have to do that a little differently than the adult ones, but you can see that I can add someone else at any time, and then we can just add in a name. This is assuming we're all using the same email account. And why I say most of the features works without you having to kind of think is because if you come in here to the profile, you could do this in Amazon's app as well. All you have to do is give it a voice ID. So when you go into here, you could delete the voice ID, set it up again. So as soon as you delete this, they just give you 4 things to say to set it up again. Do that for each profile. Come in here, set that up in the Echo Hub, make sure that that voice ID is indicative of how they normally speak, and pretty much everything should just switch over then. So what happens is when I speak to this device versus the other people in my home, then things like the calendar shift. And when you go to the calendar section of today's video, you'll see that this calendar kind of showed some different events. It actually said who the event was for. But because I have recently spoken to this device and it's voice verified me through that voice ID, this is for me. It's showing the scheduled events that are for me. Now, if you have the same account, then it's pretty easy to just come to the Miss A application and sign in. Now it gives me this opportunity to create a new profile for someone in my home. And that means that they're going to use that same Amazon account, and we could just add in their names, and then they're going to get all of the new profile setup things that we would expect them to have to do. So I'm going to name this new profile for our editor, Blake. And I'm not going to put in his full last name. I'm just going to agree to the terms and conditions for Blake, and now he lives in my house. So let's hear how the name sounds. That seemed to work. Let's fix that if they didn't get it right or we nailed it. Now let's set up features. So they can add in their own phone number, and then their phone is going to have a number of contacts. Now, do they want to add contacts to their favorites, and do they want to do that sharing of contacts? That's right here. And now we get another opportunity to add someone else. So if you're logging into this account and you want to create multiple people, multiple adults, you can do that very quickly. Creating kid profiles a little different. You go to a different part. But if we're done that, then that's everyone. So now for this new profile, I would need Blake's voice. I'd need Blake around. And then we can create that voice ID for him. So we come here, we go into our settings, we go into your profile and family, and there's Blake's profile. So now we can create that recognition, that voice ID. You can see it's right there for him. And we can also add in different interests so that when he does voice ID here, he requests something from Amazon's voice assistant, those are the kinds of things that he's going to get back for sports, for example, or movies, music. You can add in all those different interests. That's the way to do it if you're sharing an Amazon account. There's actually another way to do it when you're not. This is called Amazon Household. I'll put a link down in the description below. This allows you, if you're a Prime member, to share benefits across to other accounts, to other people who are living in your home. You can see there's lots of benefits. This is in the US, okay? I believe it's going to work differently in a lot of other countries, but what you can do here on Amazon Household, you can add child profiles, you can add teen profiles, change settings, and you can add additional adults. But when you add an additional adult, the difference is their name, their email. So they can have a different email and a different Amazon account than you. Then it's really going to be the same process on this display in terms of voice ID. But one of the differences is that you could say, switch account.
This device has only one registered account.
So what you just saw is if you're using Amazon Household and you want to switch over to that other person's account, that's what they would say. Just switch over, switch account, and then it's going to show different things that maybe they're not sharing with the rest of the household. So this is actually a way that you could hide some information in a different account from, say, your kids. You could still have all these profiles for them and then only switch over to this account. It's a really interesting option. But for Blake now, inside of my home, you know, we already did the voice ID thing, but because he's an adult, because he's a regular account, he's going to have access to all of the things we've given regular adults access to. So all of our smart home devices are here. Most of the settings are available, but obviously when he goes into things like music and more, he's going to be using the family section for most of his commands, but he can customize things like his own default music service or podcast service. For things like communication, he's going to have his own set of contacts that he can bring in. He can also make adjustments to his own communication settings. He can have his contacts shared with the family. He can do his own calendar. So he's going to need to go through all these different sections of the app, and maybe you just want to do that for these people in a lot of cases. All of the lists and notes are shared between all of these adults in our home. And even as we go into settings, they're going to have their own Miss A app settings. They're going to have a lot of different settings here. You know, things like notifications, that's going to affect the whole family, right? Because you're using all this same Amazon account. So they have to be a little bit careful with the settings that they are adjusting when you're managing it this way. Now, in terms of kids, here's Amazon Kids inside of the settings menu. So I went to more settings and then Amazon Kids, and this is where you can create new profiles for kids. They have specialized settings. You have to give them parental consent and things like that. And then you can allow them to be voice recognized as well with these displays. Kids Plus is a little bit of a service. If you have kids tablets, kids Fire tablets, it can be pretty good service, but in general, you can just change devices over to a kids mode. So if I wanted to turn something like my Echo Show 8 3rd generation into a kid's device, here it is. It's just in the device settings. You just head in here, turn that on, and you can go through specific kids settings to that. It just eliminates a lot of the requests that you don't necessarily want kids to be able to do. So that's a basic rundown of how you can deal with your family profile and the different people in your home. Obviously, I'm not showing you everything for managing this, so if you have any questions, leave those in the description below. One of the biggest aspects of working with the Echo Hub is the smart home features, and you're going to want to control your smart home from this display. But in order to do that, you need to be able to connect devices the right way to this, and then you need to be able to create effective routines. So we're going to go through everything you need with your smart home and Amazon's voice assistant, and you're even going to see some routine ideas that will help you to use this better in your home. Let's talk about controlling your smart home with Amazon's voice assistant. And one of the biggest things you're going to need to do in order to control a smart home is to add devices. Now, on the main page, you actually have the option to add devices directly from there. If you ever forget that, you can head to the devices page and hit the plus there. We're going to add groups in a little bit, but for now, just add a device. Depending on the type of device you have, you may find it in the list. Anytime you go into one of these, you're going to see a large number of makers, and all of those, or lots of those, can be connected to Amazon. For all of these products, it's really important to understand what the wireless technology is that you're connecting with. So for example, this is a Zigbee light bulb. Here's a Bluetooth light bulb. And you might use other connectivity technologies. This is a Matter over Wi-Fi smart plug from the folks at TAPO. And you might also find things like Matter over Thread products, like this door sensor from Aqara. You also have basic Wi-Fi devices like this camera from TAPO. These kinds of things can all be connected to Amazon's application, but can they be connected with your Echo Hub or your smart displays and be used properly there? Well, that's a different story. So for example, if I look up this Sangled light bulb, okay, here's Sangled right here. Does it have a Bluetooth logo? Nope. Does it have a Zigbee logo? Yes. Now you can go through the setup process for that bulb. This one from the same company, if I was to say, yep, it has a Bluetooth logo, yep, is your light powered on? We're going right into setup, okay? So they're kind of ready for these bulbs. But let me show you a different version. This is from a company called Agiro Smart Area. It is a Zigbee light bulb. And if I go searching for it, I don't see Agiro Smart. AD. Nope. And then if I go down to Area, are they in there? No. The Echo Hub has a Zigbee hub in it, and the first thing we're going to connect are some Zigbee products. In general, if it's a Zigbee light bulb, if it's a Zigbee light switch, or it's a Zigbee smart plug, in general, I'll tell you, it's going to connect to this hub. There are a few Zigbee motion sensors and a few Zigbee contact sensors and buttons that will connect, but unfortunately, Amazon doesn't really have a stated list anymore. They used to have one on their website, and you could see all the different products that would connect with a Zigbee hub in these. But I'm just going to show you, if you don't find it in this list, we can still get it connected. 10, 11, 12. 13. Oh, 13 did it. So now I've put this bulb into what's called a setup mode or a pairing mode. Okay, and down at the bottom of all of these different product types, there's an other. And when you go into other, you get these different wireless technologies. Well, this is a Zigbee device. Make sure the device is within 30 feet of your compatible Echo or Hub. Put your device into pairing mode and press discover. Now, what's important during this moment is that we are close to our Echo Hub, which does have a Zigbee hub in it, and that our bulb is in that pairing mode. So they're going to pair because they're very close together, or that's what we're hoping for. You have to wait about a minute for this to go through. There it goes. Now, the bulb gave me an indication. This is a color bulb. It's saying basically it's been found. And you know, you might have to retry a pairing process. Just make sure that these are ready to pair just as you go to discover devices, and usually this will work well. If you really want to make sure that this is the hub that is pairing to your Zigbee bulb, then turn off your other Echo devices that have a hub on them, a Zigbee hub. But in general, you should be good if they're pretty close together. So one light was found and connected. We're going to hit setup device, but now we have to place it into a group, and I created one called direct connection, which means this bulb is directly connected to that. So it's just so I can demo all of them for you at the same time. Now it was called 8th light, and it was added to that group. Now it's set up and ready to use. We're going to see it pop up right here in our list of devices, and we can tap into that. And you see the brand right there, a GiroSmart Area. So it did recognize it as the brand. It just didn't think it could use it before. Now sometimes the first time you go in, it looks like it's not working. But there it goes. Okay, 10% brightness. I can move all along, and I have the different colors. And I have all this device control now. I can also go into the settings, change the name, right? We probably want to call this something else. I'll just call it the area bulb for right now. And we'll hit OK. And now, how is it connected? Well, there you go. There's exactly the problem. So it connected to my Echo Show 10. It's not actually connected to my Echo Hub. That's what I mean by you probably want to unplug some of these other Zigbee hubs that you have from Amazon in your home in order to make sure that it's going to connect to the Echo Hub. But you also probably don't care that much. As long as that's going to be within a good distance from this, Zigbee only travels so far in terms of a wireless signal. As long as it's going to be within a good range of that, then you're going to be just fine. Now, just to show you what it's like with a bulb that you can find in the list, we're going to do a factory reset on this, get it ready to pair, and do the exact same process. So it's ready to pair. I'm going to go to add device, and now I'm going to pick Sangled, and this is not the one with the Bluetooth logo. This is the one with the Zigbee logo. So I'm going to say yes. Yes, the light is powered on, and now it's looking for devices to connect again. We'll see which hub it decides to pair it with this time. Oh, you can see it's already made that connection. It still takes a minute. You could probably stop this process now by hitting that X if you know it's only this one, but that doesn't allow you to put it into a group. So this one I had paired before, so it said it didn't find it, but it's repaired the bulb. It's put it under its same name. It's called 7th light. And you can see that this specific bulb just has brightness and on and off control. Now, in terms of how it's connected, it says via Sangled, but that is a Zigbee connected light bulb right there. So I think it's connected to this hub. That's how I did it before. When we talk about Bluetooth products, there's not a lot of Bluetooth products that you can connect to Amazon. There's just a few light bulbs as far as I've seen that work well. There might be a few smart plugs out there, but really this is going to be very limited. You're not going to find a bunch of products from all over the world like SwitchBot products. They're not going to Bluetooth direct pair and work very well with this if they work at all. And in fact, I don't think they'll pair. So you can see this is a Bluetooth light bulb. It's the one from Sangled. So you pair it in exactly the same way as we do the Zigbee bulbs that you just saw me pair. So we're just going into add device. And if you can find the brand, you can search for it here. right? There's Sangled light, and then there's the question. Does it have a Bluetooth logo? You say yes. Is your light on? And then it goes searching, and as long as this is in pairing mode and you're close to this, then it's going to connect. Let's continue to set up, but we're going to use Matter products. Now, a Matter product has this logo on the packaging. It could have it on the device, and you will also find a QR code and a pairing code, a numeric pairing code, if it's not on the device, somewhere in the packaging as well. Now, this is a Matter over Wi-Fi device, which means it uses the Matter standard, but then it uses Wi-Fi for communication. Here is a Matter over Thread product. And this, you can see the little logo right there. And then I have a numeric code. I also have a QR code in the original packaging for this device. But this is Matter over Thread. This is Matter over Wi-Fi. Really, to you, it works very much the same way. But this is going to connect to your Wi-Fi system, and this will connect directly to what's called the Thread border router on this. Now, the way we get these to pair up can sometimes be tricky. Right now, it's a little bit tricky. It shouldn't be, but it is. And what I'll tell you is that in general, in Android, just get out of the Amazon app. Don't have the app open. Plug in your smart plug or power up your device, and it should say this right away. So we're going to scan the QR code, which we had on there. You could type in that numeric code if you wanted. And there we go. I'm going to choose the other apps, and then I'm going to choose Amazon. And now it's going to try and put this device on my Wi-Fi network because they have the credentials for that in my phone. And so they're just exchanging that back and forth using Bluetooth, actually. And then this will be connected to my Wi-Fi. And then they're going to try and put it into the Amazon app. So it just connected all of that to my Wi-Fi. And now we're going into the Amazon app, and it's going to try and discover the device. Now, you will need at least one Matter controller plugged in and online to do this. Your Echo Hub, the Echo Shows, pretty much every Echo speaker that's come out in the last couple of years is a Matter controller at this point. Okay, there's the Miros plug. It's been found and connected. There it is. So it's called Matter on-off plug. I can rename it. You can hear it being controlled over here. Now, with a smart plug like this, you can go back and select the type. So if this was connected to a lamp, you could select light if you'd like. Now, this is our Matter over Thread device. I'm going to get it into a pairing mode. So it's in pairing mode. It's just flashing away here. I'm going to hit plus. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I can go to other, and I can just choose Matter here. Obviously, you saw it up above. Is my device powered on? It sure is. Now, because I only have a numeric code on this device, I'm going to enter that. Then I'm going to hit next. And now it's looking for this device. And this one does have to be within Bluetooth range of your phone, and then within Thread range of our border router on the Echo Hub. There it is. Now, because this is a Thread device, we have to choose a Thread network. As long as you pick an Amazon Thread network, you should be okay here. So now it's just connecting our device to that Thread network. In the future, guys, all Thread networks are coming together as one. This is probably going to take the balance of another year before that happens, but all of your different Matter controllers in your hub, no matter who makes them, it should become one Thread network within about a year. There you go. It's been found and connected. Now, where's our contact sensor? This is an actual door sensor, so in general, we'll probably put it in the garage or on the front door, and it's called second contact sensor. It's ready to use. Now we can test that. This is how this one works. You gotta get these two lines to get together, and when you do, there you go, it says closed, and now we'll go open. It does take a second or so to report back, but we're getting those statuses back and forth. So this is a working matter over thread contact sensor with Amazon's Echo Hub. Now we've gone through all these different direct pairing products, all these different wireless technologies, matter over thread that essentially is directly pairing with your Echo Hub, matter over Wi-Fi. It's not directly pairing with your hub, but it is using the matter controller on the Echo Hub. And then we've paired some Zigbee and some Bluetooth bulbs directly to this. But most of the smart home products you get today will not be directly connected to this. Most of them are Wi-Fi. So for example, here's my robot vacuum. It's called a Narwhal. And I've connected my Ring products. You've seen that before. I've connected Philips Hue. I have Tapo products. I have Shelly products. I even have my Google Nest cameras connected in here. We have all kinds of products from all kinds of different makers. Now, how did I add those? Well, I've already shown you this page, which is how you add all your different devices. So you can see Ring right there. You can see Blink. And if I needed to add Tapo, I can type that in, and then I can see the different products that they have. Let's say that I had a new smart lock in my home from August, and I wanted to connect that. Okay, is our lock powered on? Yes. Is our lock already set up? Yeah, sure, we'll pretend it is already set up. Can you control it? Yes. Now we have to connect the accounts, and this is what happens 9 times out of 10. You come to this page, it says enable to use, you type in your password, your username to the August service. So as I hit that, it's bringing me over here, and this is the same as the credentials I would use in the August app. Then it's going to connect that into Amazon. It'll go searching through the whole August app, find all the devices, bring them in, and you'll have an opportunity to put them in different groups, which is the next topic we're going to talk about. That's how almost all of those happen. And if you can't find them in the list of devices as a brand, head into the More page, go into Skills and Games, and then you can look up the skill there. So I'll look up August again, and there's the August Smart Home skill. This is exactly the same thing. It'll do exactly the same thing for you. So that's how you can find a number of brands. It does tend to work going through the Skills and Games page here. That can be a quick way for you to find it. But in most cases, just going to devices and adding a device is going to work for you. One of the biggest ways that you control your home with the Echo Hub is through the different groups. As you tap into those groups, we've all seen that you can control things very quickly, control them together. I can turn off that bulb in the bedroom right now. Someone might be very upset with me now that I did that, and whatever, that's, you know, that's their problem. What we want to do is we want to create these groups and then move devices into those groups so that they show up here for control. Now, we just added our Aqara P2 contact sensor, and for me to get that into the group, I got an opportunity when I first added it, but it's here in the garage. And if I ever want to get rid of that, I hit the edit button and I can pull it out of the garage by unchecking it in this list and hitting save. So there it is. I can hit that check mark. It does take some time with my list because I have so many in here. And I hit save, and now it's out of that group. But let's say I was going to put it on my bedroom door to indicate that we were in the bedroom, and I go here and I edit it. Now I find the Aqara P2 and I tap on it. And let's say that I was also putting this plug in the bedroom. Now I hit save, and both of those are now added into that group. Now what just happened on the Echo Hub display is it just showed that and the smart plug. They're both in here. Now I can see the status on this one. It's saying closed at the moment, but if I pull them apart, there we go, open. So now I get the controls for that switch. If I hit all off, it's going to turn off everything in the bedroom. I'll get myself in trouble again. But there you go. Now we've got group control in the bedroom of those devices. If you wanted to create a new group, there's a couple of things to know. So I go in, I hit add group, I create a room or a device group, or I can combine rooms or groups. So one of the things that you can do is, let's say you wanted to make an upstairs group. Now I can add those rooms into this. So there you go. Those are the two groups that I would add. I hit next. Now I have a group called upstairs that has other groups embedded inside of them. So now when I go to the Echo Hub, there's my upstairs. And now I have group control of the bedroom. So this is another way to organize your home, and it brings layers to your groups. I think that's a very useful thing for a lot of people. One of the most important aspects of Amazon's smart home control is that you can make things happen without you having to go to this panel. Routines are the most important feature in that regard because it's going to allow you to make all kinds of things happen. Now, there's three parts to the routine section. You go into more and then you'll see routines right at the top. And you have gallery, where Amazon's created a number of routines that you can actually just tap on. So if you want to know, read the sports after an alarm goes off, well, you can just tap on that. And now you just have to kind of fill in things in order to get that routine going, and then you hit save. So this is an easy way to get a number of routines that are based on either smart home products or other things, other aspects of your life, health and wellness, family, etc., etc. Okay, and there's a lot here. But the other component that's really important is activity. This helps you to troubleshoot routines to make sure that they are actually happening. And the other aspect that I find this really useful for is when something unexpected happens in my home. This is a good way to review it. So I can see that this routine was triggered at 10:33 a.m. today. I can also see 9:56, 8:02 last night, etc., etc. Okay, so there's a lot of information here that we can see the different routines and them running. So if I want to understand what's going on, why did this go on? Well, I can look at the view routine, and then it brings me over and we can see that water sounds were detected around my Echo Show 8 3rd generation. We can see the conditions that allow this to run and what happens as a result of that. Okay, and so this tells you then, oh, that bulb turned on. I wondered why that happened. I wondered why I got this notification. And that actually did happen today because I turned on some water around the Echo Show. But in general, you're just going to come in and create routines. Now, this is your whole set of routines. So after you've picked one from the gallery, filled things out, it will come here. Or this is the screen that will come up as soon as you hit that plus. You can rename this at any time. But how a routine breaks down is essentially when something happens, then do a bunch of things. There are some conditions that we can add, but they're very basic conditions with Amazon's voice assistant. If you're wanting a bunch of conditions, you're going to need to use a different home automation system. So if we go into when, we have a number of different things, number of different categories that we can use. This list could be different based on where you are in the world and the different things that you've connected to Amazon's voice assistant, or even the different settings that you've allowed. So if you're not seeing something that I have here, it could be because of one of those things. Obviously, the voice commands are very useful because you can start a routine with something that you'll be able to remember. And the really great thing about this is you can put in multiple. So I have one that says, set up my home for movie time, but I could make another one that says, get ready for movies. And if I say either of those things to Amazon's voice assistant, or if I want, I can keep adding more, then she will recognize that and start this routine for me. The schedule ones are important because you can use time or sunrise and sunset. Sunrise and sunset's very useful for turning on lights at the right time. Your smart home section is full of all the different devices you've connected to Amazon's voice assistant. Some of the devices you've connected may not show up here, and that means they cannot start a routine. They could be action devices, but whenever you tap in to one of those, you can see the things that you can start the routine with. It will be different per device, and even the same kind of device can have different starters or different things that can trigger your automations. Location is an important component, but you can either do arrives or leaves, and then you can select a number of different places that you have saved into Amazon's app. You can use your current location, and that will give you a new location in the app. And you can create locations in the settings for Amazon's application. So when your phone comes into those locations or leaves those locations, you can start a routine. Alarms are pretty useful for doing things after the alarm is dismissed. We went through an easier way to create this as part of the alarm section, but you can just have things happen when an alarm either ends or starts with your Echo hubs. The sports triggers are based on games ending, halftime, or starting, and you can go in and you can search. There's tons of teams in there, and they can start things. Now, sound detection is very useful in a lot of ways. So if you're wanting to monitor your baby, don't only rely on these things because they're not perfect. But so, for example, I just chose baby crying, and then you can see the Echo Hub. Other Echo devices can be used to identify that a baby is crying. Modes are currently shifting. You have two modes that you can set your home to, and it's either away or home. The Echo buttons, I don't even know if you can buy Echo buttons anymore. There's other buttons that we can use with this. If you have Echo Auto, or you have an auto-capable device from Amazon or another company, you can use that. And now Roborock has some triggers with their Plus service. You might find additional ones in here now, but that's a basic walkthrough of how you can start a routine. So for now, let's just pretend that our Nest battery doorbell, it was pressed. One of the things we can do with the condition side of things is we can go in and say, do we want this to be on every day? Maybe I don't want anything to happen on the weekends. Maybe I don't care about that doorbell. And then I can set the active time. So 8 a.m. to, let's say, 8 p.m. That's when I want that to be active, or I want this routine to happen. I can also choose to have this happen every single time the doorbell is pressed, but what if a kid presses it 3 times? Well, maybe I want to suppress it for a couple of minutes so that this routine only runs every couple of minutes. So if someone went away for 3 minutes and then pressed the doorbell again, yeah, this would run again, as long as it was between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So this is just a little way you can add some conditions to your routines with Amazon. Now, what about the actions? In the action side, we have all of your different smart home products that have been connected, but we also have the scenes that have come from these different services. So when you connect some services, Sometimes you get scenes and you can run those. This tends to be very useful to have specialized things happen with your smart home. For example, I have these scenes that are coming over from a car that allow me to do a customized timer with that device. So I can actually run one of these, wait a few minutes, run, and it's just adding sections to my Aqara light strip. So those scenes can be very useful. It can also be very useful to select groups. So I can select everything from the living room and take actions with those. Then of course you have lights, plugs, switches, TVs, all kinds of things. And what I'll tell you is, again, this whole smart home section, each device is going to have different actions that you can do with them, and that's going to depend on the maker of your device. Now we can get Amazon's voice assistant to say all kinds of things. We can customize the output, and at the bottom of our routine we'll pick the speaker that comes out of, and I'm going to show you a custom way to do that as well. You can make announcements. You can put in an announcement message, so something like Dad's home when you arrive. That's an easy one to make happen. Announcements go out of all speakers that are not in do not disturb mode or are allowed to make announcements. Audible, you can read your books. Okay, so you can just type in your book. And one thing to keep in mind with all of these kinds of type in things is that you can say something like for 10 minutes. And that actually holds true for smart home stuff as well when we get to this custom command thing. Calendar, you can have it read out today's calendar. You can request to make calls, but you have to have a carrier account connected in order to do that. You can also make custom actions for calling. So call grandma if you have a contact in there that is a Miss A or an Amazon to Amazon contact. You can do that here. Date and time, okay. They're just going to tell you the date and time. These are just actions. Delivery updates for your packages that are arriving today. And device settings. These are very useful. You can make multiple of these inside of a routine. So for example, you can set the volume low. If you don't want to hear what Amazon's about to say to you, you can set the volume to 0, then come back later with a second action and set the volume to, let's say, 50% or whatever you'd like. You can make things like notifications across the device, so you can get them read, or you can send a push notification out of the app, or you can do a drop-in notification on a device. There's the entertain me side of things. I don't know that that's really useful, but Fire TV, this does tend to be very useful. So I can do a bunch of different actions with Fire TVs. All of these are things you can do with the custom command, and that's important to keep in mind because you can add little extras to those custom commands. You can grab different information, and you can see how lots of these are based on the different features that your Echo speakers and the Echo Hub has. You can play music and podcast, and here you can determine or state the provider. So this is coming from the list of providers that you've connected to Amazon's voice assistant, plus you can add a timer. Now this, if your service has things like playlists, you could say things like play my playlist named this, and you can also determine things like song, artist, or a station like, for example, rock or hard rock or something to that effect. Navigation, you know, this is really only going to be useful on your phone or with something like an Echo Auto. You can get the news locally, national news, there's flash briefings, and if you just want the good news, you can ask for that. Certain skills have options to do very specific things. So, you know, Narwhal, we can open up the Narwhal skill and have a conversation with that device. Smart Life, Wise, these have little options within them sometimes to do additional actions. If you go into some of the popular skills, some of those have extra options for what you can jump right into. So here's animal noises, for example. You can play a specific animal noise if you'd like. So these are good little options for some of the skills in Amazon's library. You can also create a few sounds here. You can request traffic for your area, and down at the bottom is weather. Now you can ask a number of different things for the weather and it will report that back to you. But one of the most important things is down here, and it's called wait. This actually pauses the actions in your routines. So if you just want to give yourself, say, 20 seconds before the next thing happens, you can choose 20 seconds here and you hit next, and that's added as an action. And of course, as you add additional actions, you can move them up and down. So you're able to rearrange all of your different actions and then have little waits in between. Now, the most important action of all is the custom action. Amazon gives us some examples. What time is sunset today? Tell me the value of a certain stock. Set a timer for X minutes. And one of the things that's really important here is that you can preview this action as a test before you go forward. Anything within your set of actions that you can do normally, you can do as a custom action. That doesn't seem important until you get to do things like this. So here's a routine that I showed earlier in the video. This is a good example for people who want to show their cameras on a smart display like the Echo Hub. So show me the front Pro Cam. This is not actually something you can do as an action when you go into smart home. So if I go and I look for my camera, all of them, they show unsupported. My front Pro Cam says I can't do anything as an action. And even when I go into these, they just have privacy or security modes for the most part. They're not really providing anything specific. Turn on and off cameras. That's all we can do. But look, there's not even a turn off. So those are the kinds of things that you can add to these custom commands. And now today you can add multiple custom commands. So they have this little icon. You can see, show me the front Pro Cam, wait a minute, and then go to the home page. So this one is just showing me that camera for a minute. It's not leaving it on the screen. You can see I'm hearing from the Echo Hub, and this is just making sure that it's only staying up for a minute. You could do a little bit of a different thing with that kind of a situation. So in this case, once someone's detected out front, then we're going to set the volume to 0. Then we're going to say, show me the front Pro Cam. And if I'd like, I could set the volume to 5 as soon as that's been done. Then I wait 5 minutes and I say, show me it again. Now, this is in the case where your camera only stays up for 5 minutes when you ask it to be shown on a device. Then you can have it re-show that camera so you get another 5 minutes. You could repeat this pattern a number of times if you'd like. So these are the kinds of routines where custom commands can be very beneficial. Here's another routine where we're controlling a robot vacuum whenever we leave. So when the home is set its mode to away, then we're going to power on our robot vacuum. I think it's very important to do this suppression for 12 hours and only to have that run at certain times. Maybe you don't want your robot vacuum running in the middle of the night. Something that's very specific to Amazon, this is a really detailed special feature. You can see I'm saying enable my special timer routine. Now that is a special command, and I have a routine called my special timer. So when we come home, when the mode is changed to home at any time, I enable a routine. Otherwise, maybe that routine is disabled, which is the other custom thing. So with a routine, you can enable and disable using this custom command. That allows you to layer your automations a little bit with Amazon's voice assistant. I think this is a good one for most people. Just understand that you will get notifications when you run a tap near an Echo speaker, but this one does when sound is detected and it's between a certain time, we're going to turn on a light and get a notification. Now this is a push notification that's sent to your phone. I like these kinds of routines because it just means I'm protecting my home a little bit extra. This is a bit of a hard routine to explain, but it's a customized timer that allows you to actually visually show that customized timer on certain lighting fixtures. Now today I can tell you this works with the Aqara T1 light strip. It will also work with a Tapo light strip. We'll put links to those below, but what it requires is for you to create scenes in the application that slowly progress this into being a fully lit up LED strip. And you can see that I've placed wait commands in between those different scenes. Now these wait commands can be as long as you'd like. So your command could be different than mine. I just called it my special timer. And then it'll just give me that notification. One other thing you can do that's really interesting with this is you can create a timer through the custom timer. You could say set a timer for however many minutes or seconds, and you just put that at the very top of this routine. And then not only would you have a timer, obviously you got to make sure all your weights are lining up, but not only would you have a timer that is visually going on with your light strip, but it's also happening on the display, the device you speak to in this case. So I think this can be very useful for a lot of people. Gives you a timer that is visual, great for kids. I think it's a great routine. Now I have an air quality sensor from Amazon. This is the Wi-Fi device you can buy directly from them, and I have an air purifier in the room where this sits. Now if the air quality monitor detects a level of indoor air quality that's below 50, I can set that as below and I can set the level. I can also pick all the individual components of this. If I just wanted to, for example, detect parts per million or particulate in the air, I could set that too. But then I'm turning on this air purifier to a certain fan speed. You can make adjustments for when it goes below different levels or it goes above other levels. So you can see once we get above a certain level, I'm just putting it back into auto mode. So we're running it hard when we need to, and then when the air quality seems to be better in the room, we're putting it into an automatic mode and letting the device, this is a smart air purifier, kind of take over from there. This is just a music routine that I wanted to show you, and it just illustrates some of the power that you have within your voice assistant here. So I'm just using a voice trigger to say, okay, give me a day of music. Now it's setting the volume to 5 on chores. This is a custom command, and what's important about this is one of the groups of speakers that I have created. So because I've set the device we're going to hear from as my Echo Show 8, I'm turning off the screen on that. So this is a custom command you can put into your Echo Shows. You could put that into the Echo Hub as well. Then I'm requesting through the music action, and you can see how big this action is. Play the playlist named Brian List 1 on Amazon Music on Chores Group. So I have a lot going on, and I can play it for any amount of time. So if I'd like this to go for 4 hours, I can do that You can also do this through custom commands. I just wanted to show that you could do exactly the same thing that way. But this is the way to get a set amount of time for playing. And it's also important to note that you can do things like this. Well, we're playing, and now we'll wait for 4 hours. And when that 4 hours is up, we're going to add another action to play different music. So you can then select the provider. Maybe you want to use something else. Maybe we just want to put in Foo Fighters, and we can set that timer for, let's say we just want to hear that for another 30 minutes. So this will give me 4.5 hours of music, and the routine will be running that whole time. Now, obviously, if you have multiple people in your home, you won't necessarily want to do exactly this set. But when my home is set to away mode, which you could use a push button for, a number of other things when you leave the home, then we're doing a number of actions. These actions are really helping us manage a number of things about our security system. So number one, we're arming our Ring security system. We're also turning power on to our cameras. We can do that with a number of them. I'm getting a notification, so that's being pushed out of the app, just telling us that that has happened. And I'm enabling some security system routines. So I can make multiple of these. Okay, we could just keep adding actions: security system 1, security system 2, security system 3. So when I'm out of the home, then security system 1, 2, and 3 routines will run. So with this security system 1 routine, all that has to happen is my Eve door and window sensor opens. Could be on a door, could be on a window, could be in a number of places. This one happens to be on my front door, okay? Then I'm gonna turn on the light and send a notification that tells me that this door has been opened. Now, it's currently a disabled routine because we are managing it with these other routines. So when I arrive home, or when my mode is set to home, we're disabling that security system 1. So these routines are allowing you to manage a set of security system routines. You can just continue to expand this out and disable and enable them as you come and go from your home and set it into this mode. It's a really important custom command, and you can see that we're doing lots of management of other things as we go. Now, I just went into the settings and then I went to Miss A privacy. It asked me to verify that this was me, and then it opened up this web page. You can go to it on your Echo Hub, but I actually think that it's going to make more sense to do this on your phone inside of Amazon's application. Now, there is a privacy section. You go through more, then you go into settings, and then you'll find Miss A privacy. Now, these settings, in a lot of cases, you're gonna want to look at the history that you've already captured using the different speakers, the different things throughout your homes, and then you're going to want to make adjustments. So what we have is voice history, history of detected sounds, and smart home device history, as well as general activity history. So those are all kind of things that are coming from smart home gear and your Echo speakers. One of the things that you can do is go through filtering, so you can see specific things that are being heard by Echo speakers. We can say delete all recordings from today, and just do that. Now, you could say that to a voice assistant. You can say delete all recordings from today, and they're gone. You can do very similar things for the history of detected sounds, your smart home device history, and activity history. You can get rid of all of these things by going through this part of the app. But you probably want to deal with this at a higher level. So you can go manage your MIS-A data, and then you can see enable deletion by voice and how long do you want to save recordings for. You can actually say all the way down to don't save recordings if that's what you want to do. Now, I will tell you that this will impact how the voice assistant behaves. It won't necessarily get to know you as well as you might hope, and it might not do things as well that you do every day. So this can help in terms of the, making the same commands time and time again and having it go better for you. If you choose to save history for less time on some of these things, then you may not have as good a performance. For voice recordings, you can go all the way to don't save recordings. For the smart home device history, you're going to be able to go just down to 3 months, but you can do a one-time deletion. You can also tap on this and request all of your smart home data that Amazon has. Very interesting to get a download of that. Detected sounds history. How long do you want that to be kept? The lowest is 3 months, and you have some more things related to ads and voice purchasing. So you can see I've turned off that one, and the purchase controls are here. When you're sending messages or using voice at all, Amazon wants to use those to understand what you're saying and how the responses went. You can turn off this as well as those messages being used. One thing you definitely want to check is inside of manage skill permissions and add preferences. When you go and add a skill into Amazon, you can see that some of them have access to certain things. Why would Wise need access to my device country and postal code? That doesn't make any sense to me. So go through those sorts of things and make sure that skills you don't have access to certain information. We've been through a lot of this application, but you might just want to know where a few of the things are that you're after for your Echo Hub or for any of Amazon's devices. Now, there's 3 pages at the bottom: home, devices, and more. And generally, the home page is just showing you some recent activity and even the favorites. In a lot of cases, that's recent activity for me as of late. There's some suggestions and things down here, and they're showing you little advertisements like, hey, why don't you use Hey Disney? But at the top, you do have your different device types, so that mimics a lot of what's on the Echo Hub. And you also have a quick access to your profile. That's the B right there. And you can create just about anything from that plus. This big settings section affects everything with your Echo Hub and actually all of your Amazon devices. Your profile is where you'll make modifications to your profile, how things are pronounced, and you will put in your voice ID. Now, voice ID, visual ID, and even phone ID, all of those things help to identify you as you use different parts of your Echo Hub, or for visual ID for your Echo Show 15 if you have one. You can switch over to different members of your family and edit their nickname that you use, and you can add additional people. So this is how you can start a profile for someone, but they can start it on their way in to the application. You'll see that in the management of multiple users inside of today's video. Down below your profile, if you just scroll down, you'll see a number of interests that Amazon can use to relate content you request, or just specific things like sports teams that you want to follow. All those kinds of things can be added. Also, you can set your own preferred service providers here, and that might help you with some of these features. In account settings, we've been in today around voice purchasing. This is part of the shopping experience, so if you want to find that. And Amazon Sidewalk You know, whether or not you want to enable this feature is here. You could turn that off across your host of devices. Guest Connect is kind of an interesting feature. Not a lot of people caring about this, but they can temporarily join your devices if you turn this on and then ask for stuff like music when they get there. So they have to voice ID basically when you have that turned on. Device settings, that's all your different Amazon devices, but accessibility is really important across, you know, you have the Echo Hub, it has its own accessibility features, but you also have additional ones just inside of the application. I've never had this notify when nearby work for me, but the Kindle Assistive Reader is very useful. If you want captioning across the app in general, you can do that, and that goes for captioning as well. This is not the setting for your Echo Hub. Keep that in mind. Adaptive listening, real-time text, these are speech features, so adaptive listening just means you have more time to finish speaking when you use the actual voice assistant on your phone. So it's important to note that lots of these are for your phone, and that includes these Miss A settings. So you can change all the different aspects, and this looks just like your device settings, but it's for your phone. Notifications is a pretty big setting page that you will want to go into at some point. So if you're finding that your Echo Hub is just too talkative, you want to come in here and go into different categories of this and turn off the different notifications that you don't want to hear about. So, you know, if you're hearing about deal recommendations, or they're showing up as little notifications right there, yeah, I get it. You don't want them. Well, disable them here. And the notifications are all over the place. There's so many different notifications. They can come from your skills, and they can come from the different parts of Amazon service. Your locations is where you come to add a number of locations that you want to use in routines, or when you're asking for traffic or directions. We just went through Miss A's privacy, so you don't really need that one, but voice responses, we talked about this in terms of modifying how Amazon's voice assistant responds to you. This allows you to use features like brief mode, whisper mode, and adaptive volume on your different Echo speakers. The next three things here, communication, music and podcasts, and TV and video, these are just quick ways, if you're in the settings, to get to the settings pages for those different services. Inside of food and recipes, you can put in some dietary preferences if you tap on that, and it'll put in things like I put in gluten-free whenever I ask for recipes, and then I get them that. News, this is actually just letting you prioritize the different news sources you have, and actually this list will be full of the different skills that you've got from the skills and games page. So that's where this list is coming from. In most cases, you might end up with a few extras in there. Amazon Kids is a whole other story. Now, if you add a profile for a kid, that's something you can do in that side of things. You can also manage all of their profile here and do things like set up a voice ID, visual ID, and you also get a parent dashboard that's actually pretty powerful. If you have things like the Fire Kids tablets and Echo or Echo shows that are set in the kids mode, this can be very useful. The commute and the auto modes, these really just kind of set generally how you go to and from work, what kind of commute you're doing, and what navigation app you want to use on your phone. And the auto mode just really sets whether or not, if you're in the Amazon app and then you connect to your car stereo with Bluetooth or in another manner, then will it automatically jump to auto mode, which looks a little different, and it does help a little bit with communication with the voice assistant and navigation. We've already spoken about calendars, lists, reminders, timers, all of those things. These are just quick ways to get to the settings pages for those features. Amazon's Emergency Assist is a 24/7 response. You can add up to 25 emergency contacts when you call for help, and there is a cost to this per year or per month. Similar situation here with Miss A Together. This is actually the way that you can set up between yourself and your parents or someone else that you're taking care of. You can set up your two accounts and kind of combine them together in a way that means, you know, you're going to get responses based on fall detection. We've shown devices on the channel that can do really good fall detection, urgent response, and you can get some customized alerts and kind of help them when things go wrong. Hunches is, I think that this feature is kind of dying off because I think people didn't like it. When Amazon is recognizing that you're doing something with your smart home devices consistently, they'll ask to turn it off once, or they'll just turn it off once automatically. And if you say they did this right, they'll do it consistently. So you can look at the different hunches that they have, and you know, there's a good one: vacuum when nobody's home. So if nobody's home, she'll send out our robot vacuum. Device discovery, you know, you're going to start this every time you add a new device, but you can turn this on and it will just happen naturally if they're on your network at home. The photo setting is connecting to your Amazon Photos application. So we messed with the settings on our Echo Hub earlier today, but you know what, you can get the app, you can upload things to that phone, and you can mess with the settings to get things to happen kind of automatically when you take a picture. Now, one of the things you might want to do is sign out, let someone else sign in to your Miss A app. So that's where it is. But in general, that's a good settings walkthrough of Amazon's app and where you'll find things. If you ever need to factory reset this, either you're selling it or giving it to a friend, you'll want to factory reset it to get it back to the basic settings that it had the first time. Now, it's pretty standard these days to do this by holding these two buttons for 20 seconds. Continue to hold them. After holding for about 20 seconds, you'll just see the screen goes off. Now you can let go as the screen's coming back on, and everything is factory reset. So this is no longer attached to your account. It should be pulled out of there very quickly, and you can now reset this device up. Yes, it did erase that device from my account as soon as I did that factory reset. So as long as it was attached to your Wi-Fi or your network at home when you did that, this device should be gone from your Miss A app. If it's not, just go into the settings for the device and delete it there. All right, automators, that's everything we knew that we could give you for the Echo Hub and Amazon's voice assistant. Now, if you need more resources, you need some of those links we talked about, you want to get certain products, all of that is down in the description. Otherwise, you're going to want our playlist on the right, which shows you some of the best features and the best ways to use Amazon's voice assistant. So check that out. Otherwise, thanks for watching today. And of course, don't hate, automate.